I can to make myself be free. Let me see, what time is it here? It's 5:21. So I don't want to stay too long. I just want to do a confirmation right now. I don't see anyone here yet. I want to make sure that someone is here and you can hear me before I start talking. I don't hear me. So when someone gets in here, if you can hear my voice, please let me know that you can hear my voice. And will someone please put my cash up in here and make it clap? God, the number 9XX. God, the number 9XX. God, the number 9XX, because I have been with you, giving you a lot of information. And we've been having fun too. So would you please donate so I can continue to do the work I do? Oh, I love you too, Bobby. Now, someone sent this to me, and I see that it is from attorney Ben Crump. Thank you, Linda. Attorney Ben Crump's Facebook page, and he also tagged Nolan Wells' mother. And this was a point where I had started a few days ago apologizing, saying that I probably saw this wrong. I'm willing to apologize. This was right before the autopsy. And then the morning of the autopsy, the second autopsy results, where I said I believed, and people called me a liar and a conspiracy theorist. I wish they'd come back over to the page, because there's a black lady that said this a few days ago, said, lady, why don't you stop lying, telling lies? And oh, here we go with the conspiracy theories. You're a liar, lady. Instead of calling me Alexis. Now, I know, because I could see her profile picture. It was a fat black bitch. Unless it was a fake picture she put up. I think it was a she. And I'm still waiting for her to respond, especially since these developments have come out to confirm my spiritual reading. Now, I had said, when I said I apologize because nobody could confirm it, we saw no evidence of it. And the Cajun Navy and the police said the body, there was no evidence to prove he left the island. And he was there, he stayed there, he talked to a girl, he was hanging with her and drowned. And I said, Nolan told me that it was going to be 3 scenarios. And one of the scenarios I told you I saw, and I wasn't sure, but I'm glad I said it anyway, because it was confirmed. I saw 3 boats. I saw 2 visible boats you can see, and then 3 boats. And now you see his white friend, and authorities are confirming there were 3 boats. And then I saw a boat, and I couldn't understand it because I knew his dead body was in one of the boats. But then when I kept looking, I think I said that today, I said it yesterday, I didn't smell cadaver blood, which is dead people's blood, in the boat that they were originally in. I know that sounds crazy, and I'm still saying it. At first, when they were on the phone calling uh for, I forgot the name of that company. It was a private company for a tow, saying that the boat was leaking and they were sinking. They didn't want to die. There's an emergency. And she said she could tell it was a bunch of young kids, and she knew what was going on with them, what they were doing on the island. And she felt like they didn't quite understand. They didn't have all the information. I heard it. They didn't even know the name that was on the policy for the boat. And he said he thought it was his grandfather. She confirmed it was right once she put uh, I forgot what they called him, his title, the captain, on the phone. And he said, yes, I just got off the phone with the grandfather. Yes, they're covered with our company. And then they changed their mind about the toll. They said they were getting private assistance, which is their grandfather, somebody within their family, to keep this quiet, to help cover this up. She kept asking him, how many people on the boat? He acted like he didn't hear her. He didn't understand. And then he said it was 7 people on the boat. But I knew he was lying. It wasn't just 7 people on that boat. And I said, no, I don't smell it. I kept trying to smell the dead people smell. I know the smell because I've actually worked with and been with dead people. And when they're continuously rotting and the skin is peeling off and dead blood and the rotting smell, it's a different smell than regular human flesh or when an animal that's disgusting. You can hardly breathe that when they're decomposing, they're swelling and they bust open. It's hard to inhale it deeply, but it's a different smell from a human decomposition. And I was looking for it and could smell it. I smell things too in the spirit. I didn't smell the dead blood. It was fresh. The water was fresh. And I couldn't understand why I didn't. And I started thinking about it after I told y'all I'm willing to apologize. I'm willing to be wrong. And then the spirit showed me a second boat beside it, like connected to it, or a rope or something connected to it. Now I know that was probably involved in the tow. And we know now they left the boat and they went to another place on land. I forgot. I don't know if they went to have, I know they went to the family house, on their family house or the granddaddy, and they might have went out to a little gathering or something. And then when he said his friend with the black police, with his Uncle Tom and coon and ass, lying ass, up there interviewing him, he's like, yeah, then we left and we went to a little gathering and we ate and we went to sleep. And then he took him back out to the beach and he said, yeah, this is where Nolan was. And he was over where the current is. I said, y'all some dirty motherfuckers. Y'all made sure y'all dropped him off where you knew the currents were heavy. The undertow, you can say he did that to himself. You made sure that body was spinning. This is so fucked up. And he showed no emotion, but you've been knowing him since y'all was children. You can look at him talking and he's rambling off and he's talking more about the boat and saving the boat. And the boat is more important than saving our life and getting the boat to try to land. Every time this black man, this police or ex-police that got a show asking him about Nolan, he go off the rail and the side story and shit and exaggerate the side story. And I'm like, but ain't nobody asked you about, who gives a fuck about this boat? Your friend is dying and you say you left him, you can't see him, you don't know where he is. So I know you lying. And then when he gets to back to the island, there's no emotion. There's nowhere somebody I love, like my sister, like my brother, and now I know they dead. You talking about them right there where he died or where he was dropped off at, dead and dying. There's no emotion for him. You totally detached from the shit, like you, your mama, and everybody else have practiced this story that you telling us, and you're diverting from what you really think, what you really feel, what really happened. He's just cold with the shit. And you can tell it's practice, it's rehearsed. He's been told what to say. If it wasn't somebody there at the filming that we cannot see, that's making sure he say the right and wrong thing, like that lady nudged Nola's real friend when they were on camera getting interviewed on a major network and making sure that he don't say too much. So I'm looking at that and I'm like, he is definitely lying. He probably on some drugs or something now to keep him calm. But the way he was breathing sometimes, when he asked questions about Nolan, he got nervous. And then you can hear it. The little pauses where they done did a lot of edits. They keep editing shit out, stopping that camera, trying to make him, I told y'all, this is a black man. I told y'all it wasn't nothing here. I told y'all, these boys are innocent. They didn't do nothing. And I'm just like, is somebody paying him? Is he a part of the elite? So anyway, back to the boat. I didn't smell any dead flesh. But then on another boat, I did smell dead flesh and I saw some blood. I'm just wondering which boat did they clean? Because it's some type of distraction here, like a Trojan horse here with the three boats, because I saw three boats. And now they came out and said it's three boats. And y'all confirmed that I did that yesterday morning, rather Saturday, Friday morning. And then the second coroner came out and spoke. He said there were no broken bones in the body. There was no broken bones or fractures to the brain, but it was a big bruise in the back, but he don't know what it is because the body was so decomposed. Very intelligent man, a black doctor, and he spoke very well. And he said still things that they don't know because they some of the organs like the neck, the throat, the lungs, the stomach, where they could definitely test to determine if there was any drown, if they could see the lungs, water in the lungs. They can withhold them. They said they withholding them in Mississippi to wait till the toxicology comes back. Or they're saying they will give all the information in the grand jury hearing. I think that's what I think it's called, the grand jury hearing. They'll release it there. They're deliberately holding it back. Hopefully they'll expose if he drowned, if he died from just drowning, because I don't think that's going to happen. Or they're going to lie and hold that information to their chest and say it was a drowning. They're not going to say those lungs are clear and that he died on land, which he told me that he did, and that he left with them. Well, somebody sent me this picture, and Ben Crump has it on his page, and the mother has it, where you can see Nolan. It looks like it's 7 of them, but that girl will make 8. So I don't really know how many people are there. It looks like him sitting on that boat, leaving the island, hugging a white girl. Did y'all see it? I copied it. I took a screenshot of it, put it in this title right here the best I could. You can see it looks like a colored person. It doesn't look like a white man with a white girl on their lap. And he said, the white boy that was being interviewed by the black police said that when he was getting ready to leave, they kept begging him to come on the boat and leave. We're going to go. Get the fuck over here. Get the fuck. So they kept cussing him, which is strange because you didn't never say, oh, y'all let me know if you heard it. He never said we always have to beg him. This ain't the first time he pulled this shit. He said it's common. I've done it a lot of times. I've stayed back. I rode with other people. But you never said Nolan did that to you before, that y'all had to beg him and coerce him, and he refused to get on there because of some white girl he met before. You never said that, and nobody knows him. His character is stable. He has a stable constitution. He's easygoing. He's not confrontational. He's not an antagonist. He's not a shit starter. He's easygoing. You clearly would have to provoke him, like this was provoked, and I knew it was around a woman. I knew it was around a white woman. This is an argument that they had. Now, all of a sudden, we could not make him get on the boat. Everybody kept telling him to come on and get on the boat. He's lying. There's something about this boy that bothers me. And, y'all not going to believe this, but Clive Davis done came in here. He messy. Clive Davis is messy. I didn't get it all yet because I'm like, Clive, why do you keep popping in? Only I'm not even talking to you, and I still got an attitude about this bitch. That why do you use so you slick eavesdropping? You've been listening to this whole thing with Nolan Wells. Then Nipsey and Nolan pops up. He been over there watching them and seeing what the fuck they saying, and I'm like, Clive, but what the fuck you got to do with this? I'm glad you're here. It's not that I don't want to talk to you, and I'm going to talk back to you, but why do you keep eavesdropping in on this chat? Clive keep up shit. Remember, I think what was it, yesterday, the day before, I told y'all he came in here, he keep on popping in and out. Okay. I forgot the name he mentioned. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get it come back to me. It's one of the boys' names that he mentioned. I have to go back over the names, but y'all can put the names in the chat. He said that somebody that's up, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I'm saying it anyway. He said there was a child trafficking ring involved in here with black children at this daycare or this nursery. Somebody, I guess it'd be somebody black that work at the daycare. I don't know if somebody black and white. Got black and white children working at this daycare, as well as those white owners of these daycares with black children come in it. And he said somebody with Epstein high up a politician or more than one politician, as well as law enforcement and FBI and Homeland Security that's connected to the police department down there, and the politicians, instead they blackmailing politicians right now, is tied to Epstein, that's involved, related to the children, that had something to do with killing Nolan, and that they in a drug trafficking and child pornography and molestation ring. They having sex with children down there, and they covering it up through daycare, through the different elementary school. He said they got them under MK Ultra programming, and some of the children's, their parents are not just law enforcement and dealing with military. They are also FBI and CIA, and some of them they are teaching them young girls up on that boat, and one of them got black hair, that she is already being trained as a CIA operative, a spy, a asset, where she is like a prostitute. With look, and says somebody in the rap industry and the music industry is tied to them white boys and their families and law enforcement and Epstein and politics and connected to the White House. That look, I know that you probably thinking I'm crazy as hell, and I'm willing to be that. But this is what Clive Davis has just done told me. He said it's all these industries are interconnected, and said them boys, that one boy, something is wrong with him. He's not right in the head. He's a pathological liar. He's a narcissist. He can lie real good. And he real whorish and go both ways, and said that his daddy. I don't know who his daddy is, but said the daddy. And I'm sure it would tie back to the granddaddy. I don't know the granddaddy. His granddaddy got that boat, might be a Mason, a high-ranking Mason, and also tied into law enforcement, and got family and friends and law enforcement to protect him, and is covering up for him, dealing with this boat. And Nolan was on one of them boats, and they cleaned up that boat. So that may be the one they was in. But I didn't smell the cadaver blood until after they left the island. And so that means, let's say, and now we know if that picture's correct, he was alive. I knew he was alive when they were leaving the island. So I'm like, I'm confused, y'all. I told y'all I was confused, like I was with Nipsey at first, because I'm listening to the media and what the friends are saying about how he was shot, and we saw it in the video. And I believe some of that video might have been moved around or edited with Nipsey. And I know if they were showing us where Nolan was and what happened, I knew that was not correct. And somebody with that Cajun Navy line, what they saw and how they saw, they already been threatened with their life. But one of them did come out and say, no, he don't look like he had been laying there no 2 and 3 days, because he not as swole up as usually people that are drowned laying there swole up. But his body was already decomposed. And I keep saying either his child eyes was out, or something was wrong. I could see it in his eyes. I don't know, maybe that was dirt or sand in him, but he couldn't see. I still see he was hit in the face. It was an aggression of 2 or 3 white men. They was drunk and high and very aggressive on that alcohol. See him up screaming, like double or triple teaming him, like a group of them was attacking him. And this white boy was up with it. Was some loud. This sound crazy to you too. I've been thinking about it all yesterday and all through the night. I'm like, are y'all sure? Because I don't know. Like, why y'all keep saying, some freaky shit like that? Like, I think I said it in the first reading about the orgies, and Nolan was up there getting drunk with them on certain days. This is going on for a few years. This ain't just now. And where they let him do what he want to do with them white girls over there. And they share them with him. You my brother. You my little brother. And then some of them white boys is big brothers. All of them not 18. I seen some older white men. And it's old white men, like they daddies and granddaddies, that told them to do this, that they might not have known directly, but they are under mind control and satanic psychic programming and control, satanic rituals. The rituals are being done right now And we're in the season of them during the summer solstice. And then we're going into August, the Lion's Gate, with some of the people here that have physically died to come see me. Their birthdays is in August. And the Lion's Gate is opening along with space. And different things are going on in space. And the planets aligning, portals open up, ETs, spaceships you see all over the place that are not normal spaceships. Shooting stars, portals, meteorites, comets are coming down here, but they're not really comets. They different entities and beings and insects and different animals, but mutations of them, genetic mutations of them, but they're going to add to these different species or clone them or change the DNA of humans and animal species in the lab. This is where they're getting a lot of this information from through NASA and outer space. And I'm listening to Clive. I said, what? He said, yes, some of the children are being trained as spies and to work here and get their education and go to different countries and work overseas as CIA assets and operatives and work for the FBI and criminology. And they are taught to murder and to use sex and to master the art of being a honeypot and sexual seduction and orgies. And some of them even sleep with their parents. They have, and brothers and sisters, they have incestuous relationships going on here. So they don't have natural human affection, especially for us. They see you as powerful prey. They kill a lot of black people and they sacrifice a lot of black people. And they have black people killing black people and selling drugs as well. Because there's a lot of black people that are serial killers and like to hunt, and you don't know that they are. You wouldn't think that they are. Really sick in the head and on psych meds. So they train them to seduce men. They teach some of their daughters how to seduce men. Some of their daughters how to have orgies and bump each other cat and have orgies with girls and go down on girls. Some of them been doing this for 5 and 6 years old, watching porn and have grown people going down on them as little children and teaching them they're very sexually free. They don't have any morals. They act like they do and go to church and cry and pray, but they really don't give a fuck about that shit. Really don't have any empathy or sympathy or compassion at all. They pretend so you'll let them in. And they believe in having children by certain people or getting pregnant just to have an abortion by a certain person. A lot of abortion. And just totally free where they do in and everything. Set somebody up, drug them, kill them, and help the grown people that's in law enforcement, FBI, CIA, Homeland, put these things in databases to cover up the murder. This is what they've been doing. But you wouldn't, and then get judges to sign off on something or give somebody a secret or a warrant on somebody or wiretap on somebody and set their ass up and know where they're going to be at and act like they just got tipped off or they happen to be there. So when they get the real warrant, they already know what the fuck is up in there, know how to pick somebody's lock or get a key or be in their house. You don't know they in there, plant shit, rearrange shit, film shit, man. This is what Clive Davis done set up here and told me. So and they get the aborted fetus, they keep it. And they keep the DNA so they know the person's DNA, splice it, mutate it. They can actually clone it and set the person up. Ain't these your fingertips? You was, what the fuck you mean? I wasn't in there. I didn't break it now. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. I wouldn't even look. This your fingertip, this your fingerprint, it match right here. And we got your DNA because they done got the embryo. Look, I know, okay? I know this sounds crazy, or be in the house with somebody, they're going to pee, they're going to use the bathroom. White bitch get up. You know, that's normal. I got to go to the bathroom. Everybody go to the bathroom. Go in now, get that man, a sample of that man pee, and go in there and get some of that tape and tape it around that goddamn doorknob and get that man fingerprint because you used the damn doorknob and shit on the wall. Let that man skeet and come all get that man man. Coming now. You wasn't over. Now I went over here. You went at this hotel. Now I went. Now I fuck up. Get that blue light after they done throw the sperm and shit round and on the bed and got that tape where they had the goddamn fingerprint on it and mold that tape around the doorknob and down the light switch. Yes, you was in here. I ain't never goddamn been in here. Yes, you had just your finger. We done okay. We done turned the light off. We done put the luminol in here, your blood in here, some of your calm all around in here, knowing that the bitch that was in the fucking and done went in that man bathroom and all around, put something in that man drink and went all around the house and got all that man information, genetic information, and gave it to their white dad and shit, and they put it in the police database and gave it to them. Oh, what we got right here? Yeah, so you and then we you got some dope in here? What the fuck you talking about? I ain't had no pop. Okay. Well, it's in here and there's the suitcase is in or the bag. Oh, wait a minute, we gotta match your fingerprint. What the fuck my fingerprint? Look, I know that this sound wild. And Clive Davis up here laughing. He said, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm talking. I said, so that's why you peeping in and out. He said, I'm trying to tell you. Don't bring that bitch in here. I'm telling you right now. I dislike the bitch like me and fucked up my damn he like the shit and fucked up my water. She don't. I'm serious. Don't come. That's how they set people up because they had a real DNA, the real blood. Got that damn aborted baby up in there. Got it in a mayonnaise jar with some goddamn formaldehyde. It's swimming around in the jar. Shit. See now, look. I know it sounds crazy, okay? I'm just repeating it, even though they said this go all the way high up to the White House. They keep coming here, Richard Nixon with Watergate. It's coming here with it's showing me Richard Nixon, Bill Clinton, Obama. It's showing me all Reagan, Iran Contra with the cocaine out there in California. It's showing me all of this. He's showing yes, they love the powder. They love the coke. I know, Clyde. What? Look. I looked at the white boy again. And when he was talking, for some reason, Nolan told me, look at his sperm. And I said it yesterday when I said there's a white girl pregnant. And they told her, you're not going to have it. We're going to have the embryo, but you're not going, this is going to be a secret. Ain't nobody going to know this. Because we don't want this child is tied to Nolan granddaddy or something. And they're going to keep the embryo and let it grow. And that's one thing they got to argue about because that boy real jealous of Nolan. And he was real angry. Him and his big brother. For some reason, I keep saying he got a big brother or something. I heard him say he got a little brother and it was a fight. He was thinking about that on the boat when they are drinking and dealt with protecting his brother. But it's a big brother, somebody like he called big brother too. And all these older white people, men in power, politics, police. He mentioned something about a military base that's nearby Horn Island. So some of them work for the military base. They military and they also law enforcement and they relatives of law enforcement. They all tied together along with people in the media, people in pharmacists, toxicologists. They deal with drugs and examining people's fluids to check for drugs in the body with the autopsy, and that can also change them, changing DNA. He said in the music industry, in the media, and reporting and broadcasting companies, satellites, networks, said something about some satellites around Horn Island that they could get the information from the satellites or trackers and see what's going on the island, as well as a military base that's near Horn Island. People in the military is also tied to this some of those Cajun Navy, they tied to it secretly and telling the police what's going on and getting paid off. Politicians getting paid off, judges getting paid off, police. This whole system is all together, as well as he said somebody hip hop. In the hip hop industry, the music and entertainment and the media, and so control the social media networks and controlling the narrative of this, that's really trying to kill this story. You said you saw a post from the film Nolan Wells. Yeah, I know. And I'm wondering, what are they talking about? I got to see deeper when they said the military base nearby Horn Island and the military personnel are tied to relatives of the boys involved with killing Nolan and police and lawyers and doctors and chemists and athletes, swimmers and other type of athletes. That's what he's showing me. So that means some black people also must be involved in nobody's case, law enforcement as well as athletes. People in certain black neighborhoods they know and hang around, so they get drugs from them, they get high with them, and they do sexual orgies with them. So I'm wondering, what is this? Some kind of something happened at I think I seen something. Horn Island, I don't know if it was something nuclear happened at Horn Island at one point. Dealing with the government and got satellites on Horn Island is something like this. And something tied to child trafficking at these schools, these little nurseries and these small children. I see some black children that are dealing with child sex porn and child molestation inside of these groups, as well as some white children, and being under the MK Ultra program, these satanic ritual abuse networks are inside these families, and they own drugs. That boy, he said, is it Wyatt? Somebody named Wyatt? Is that what his name was? Wyatt? Okay, thank you, baby. It's a Biloxi, Mississippi Kessler Air Force Base. They tied to this, and satanic rituals are tied to these military bases and these soldiers at these military bases. Yes, Air Force would be a perfect place to do it. And you also mentioned Navy, Marine. I know Army, but so I see different ones of them in different branches that also deal with contagious disease and law enforcement, and a lot of them secretly dealing with like they have sex with underage children and do drugs and get them. And it's down there in Mississippi. They're abusing children. A part of this network. Some of them pedophile, politician pedophile, judge pedophile. I looked at Nolan's sperm, and this is what I understand. When I looked at the sperm, I saw Nolan's sperm, but I saw that white boy sperm mixed in it. Then I looked at Nolan's white boy down, mixed in with Nolan's sperm, and I seen the white boy daddy sperm. I'm trying to put this together because, okay, to me, it's saying that Nolan, and then I'm seeing an egg, a female egg, an ovum, but I don't see a period right then. I mean, the period had not came on because either she wasn't ovulating or she was pregnant. And I'm hearing 3 months, within the past 3 months, this has been going on. Him and Nolan was having sex at the same time with the same white girl. Some kind of orgy party. And this boy is a drug addict. Now, this is in the spirit, okay? I want to say this is in the spirit. Some kind of way, the white boy daddy either messing around on his wife, or him, the older white man, is grooming and training the young boys or their sons and nephews and friends and stuff by having sex with some of them young girls. And they doing it at the same time and the same day and the same location. This is, they have these orders in this group sex after they get high. That white boy that's now talking, doing an interview with that fat, stinking looking black police, he's a narcissist and he date rapes girls. What I'm seeing in the spirit, that's what they told me. That's what Clive said. And Nolan standing there. He wasn't part of the date reckon, but he knows that white boy, let's say a predator. He's a predator. He like young girls and get them high. It might have been involved with some black ones too. They just ain't gonna publicly say nothing because that is also a ritual to have a sex with a certain type of black child. That's what they're doing to the slave houses. And then at a certain age, when the white boy come to age or him crossing over to become a man, some of them have to sleep with a black woman. See, that's why you go back to that pretty black prostitute was in the early 90s and the English actor Hugh something. He got caught in a scandal because he was over here buying pussy down in California to that prostitute that became famous, but she wouldn't come out and accept all the millions in the offers they gave her to make her a star. He was going with a pretty white actress. And even though she was that, he secretly liked it, black women. He's British. And that's a part of their culture too. They write a passage into manhood is to sleep with a black woman, go to a black prostitute. And a lot of times they've been having them, but that's their first lover when they're young. They dad will give it to them as a gift, but they don't tell nobody. Okay. They're telling me this is going on. Secretly, them powerful judges down there a lot of times have black prostitutes that they be tricking with or lock them up and catch them for drugs or something. And they beg and they get out the ticket. Well, what can I do? I don't want to go to jail. They be tricking off like that. And then had them a wife and, white children and stuff at home and in prestigious universities. This is what Clive is saying. And they being blackmailed, someone being blackmailed or blackball people if they don't. It go both ways. They have some on the person that was arrested or the dope dealer or the prostitute and on the crack. They don't really want to get them off the crack. They don't want to get them off the prostitution. Well, meet me at a certain hotel. They'll have them doing, then bring their son in. You need to get some of this. You need to get a piece of this before you get your white wife. And even after you get your white wife, you need to get tuned up sometime to get you some black blood and some black pussy. I think that these secret family affairs. I even see a dog around him. Look like one of them damn golden retriever, goddamn it, a big like that. Golden retrievers are pretty dogs and they kind of easygoing. The blonde looking man, look, I don't even want to say that shit, but I see some animals in this here that, be in the bed with some of them and they give them a certain the bigger dog, that they give them a certain diet with their food so they fur be real soft. They have be soft and lay down so that, when they get in the bed, when the dog hair won't cut their skin and, irritate them. So the hair they have a certain like a brush set with them, like a vanity set. The dog have a certain kind of comb and brushes and, that they comb their hair with it and brush your hair and trim your hair down and have oil on it and a diet on it so it hair be silky and like soft and lay down so the dog can, the dog can lay in the bed with them, cuddle up with them and teaching the dog how to do all kind of strange things. These are high-ranking white folk. That dog, then they might, boss the dog up or ice the dog out, where the dog got a certain chain and bracelet and shit on it, got some fingernail polish on the fingernail and shit on the dog, man. They even have their cat. I ain't seen them screwing no cat, but they'll have their special cats because they witches. All of them have a cat as a familiar. And it's certain cat, they have their little necklace on. They be spoiled and shit. They keep them isolated because those are familiars. Just like they can send a cat energy to somebody's house and spy on them. And, I said, what? Listen to Clive. I'm like, I don't even really want to repeat. I'm going to sit on this a few days because I might not hear you correct. He's saying that. And I, so they got black folks that do their bidding that they hang with and get high with. The white boy is off the chain, baby. Now, with his skinny ass. Now, he's sitting there talking like, and he seemed like a down to earth, just a country boy, just like matter of you said, like the dog that their previous mayor in Chicago had. No, this is a big. I said a golden retriever, like a German Shepherd or hunting dog. No, they're big. These are big dog because human be having sex with them. That's what I'm saying. Mm-mm. And they be sleeping with them. They get in the bed with them. Oh, I'm depressed. I'm having a bad day. My husband had to fly out of town, or he's gonna be in court working overtime. Come on, San Bernardino. Get in the bed with mama. Lay down, take a nap and shit. Yeah. One of them is a golden retriever, goddamn it, that brown or light brown with a black nose. And it's a boy. Do I need to say more? Okay. And some of them got some porn shit on tape with children and animals on them that they keep in their house and that they deal with these networks. And I'm seeing somebody connected to them that's a pervert that's fat and stinking looking. That's a pedophile. Work for Homeland. That's tied to them and related to them and talk to them down there in Mississippi. A lot of these people in these different law enforcement positions is undercover and pedophiles, and they keep this shit going, and they are part of this shit. Like that high level attorney that they arrested that white man a few months ago, and the wife called him dog, having sex with the dog. He'd been doing it and had porn tape on. I don't know why I said San Bernardino or something to come out with San Bernardino, man. I don't know why. Why would somebody name their dog San Bernardino? Look, I don't know, man. Is that in California? Is that a part of California? Sand sushi, some shit with some sand in it. I don't know if the dog likes sandwiches or I have no. And why you had to bring that up? Repeat what I said. I didn't think y'all would catch that shit. Y'all caught that shit. I don't know if the dog like human food or eat him a sandwich. I don't know what the fuck I said this shit. I keep go with him because I see the dog got a bracelet or something. She engraved. They got an engraved a name on the thing. Like it belong to her son. Like the dog that's also a pet. And I'm seeing this white boy. He's sick. Something wrong with him. He got two personalities. And he got a real hot temper. And he'll act like he come on that camera. But I could tell he's spastic like, what do I call this? I have a lot of anxiety, or he can't sit still. He's like real fidgety, and he be high, or he like the pill, but also like the powder, some of a kind of clear liquid that's a drug in the form of a liquid. And they be pharmacists. A lot of them boys he deal with a chemist. They have their labs, underground labs. They go to school for chemistry, doctors, pharmacy, but they also make their drugs. They make their own drug, and they have people that hook them up and get them. They prescription strength, industrial strength supplies. He knows about this stuff and electronics, like he was talking about the people lying about that boat. And say he get groups of girls. He like to get them high first. Then he gets so high and get out of his body, like astral project. He get to feeling so good that he just standing there, and it's like, whoosh. He's standing up butt naked as a jaybird. Don't know where he at. Kind of like clearly, you don't clearly know. Like when he in that mode, he in that zone, he like to get high and drunk and butt naked. And he just standing there zooming, head zooming, wide open, feeling light like he floating. Dick is hard and standing straight out. I want to fuck her first. I want some energy from her. But she ain't looking at me saying that to me. But he's standing there just done pull all his clothes down. Everybody else got clothes and they drinking and he the only one standing right there naked. Just butt naked and dick out. That and out. While he is looking at everybody in there and people like, oh my God. And people that know, oh, there he go. Pulling his clothes down high. Don't completely know where he at, don't care. And then the other ones that get high, he put something in her drink. Or hey, how you doing? Getting their face, they're like, yeah, whatever. Hey, turn the head the other way. And then, well, you want something to drink? I mean, why you not being social? You at a party, that's what you here for. And she drunk, so he done ease something in there, or I'm seeing this piece of paper, this little bitty piece of paper with some acid or some other type of psychedelic drug on it. Kiss them having in their tongue. She don't know it's in her mouth, or it's just some candy, or hey, you something to eat. Next thing you know, she out. Okay. Well, she thinks she's so much. She thinks she better than me. Take her now. She passed out. Turn the phone on. Turn the tape on. Turn the camera on. And start just putting his mouth all on people. Like he got a long, thick tongue with a lot of spit on it. He high. He like to put his mouth and just strange people behind. I'm talking about he looking from the ruler or tutor, talking to them, how he want them. They up there dead, but look like, you know, a human doll or something. Like them robot dolls they got ain't moving or nothing, but they ain't dead. They passed out and posing them people body and posing their head up on the pillar and taking their hand and moving their mouth like they smile, like they making a smile. I know you like me. I knew you like me. You want this, don't you? And shake them people head, yeah. And they kick. They look. You know what? I don't even want to repeat this. Move on, open the arm, pull her pants down, take her clothes off. Then just put his mouth on them people. Just be ring and again them head out while they filming it. Yeah. She said she didn't like me. Yeah, she gonna like me tomorrow. She like this right here. Just going down on them people, just taking his time, high. Then just start just doing that to them people, just ramming down in them. They don't know. They might say, oh, no. See, I know you like me. I know you like this. Y'all get this at a different angle. Go up there and get her face, get her mouth. Might put something in their mouth, some drug in their mouth. I mean, God damn, you know what? I don't know why I would see something like that. Different men. Then, I see a black man in there, man. Oh, yeah, Mandingo, start saying like racial shit every time, plantation shit. Well, you got to, make it up. So you go on in now, like, the slave master did. I'm the slave master. I'm going to give you a chance, Billy and Pete, all this shit. And then, like, this some slave level shit, like some initiation shit, ritual shit that they let certain black men come in there. Oh, yeah, you packing. You got, go up in them. Go up in them people mouth and come every goddamn well. Because it's like, yeah, you going up without a rubber. And, oh, man. Come different DNA mixed around together. Because I'm like, why do I see black people and white people? Why is Nolan DNA mixed with that white boy that's sitting there talking about this? I said, nobody heard him. Nolan stayed back and did this to himself. That's some really narcissistic, psychopathic shit because he blaming Nolan for all of it. And you show no remorse, no pain from his friend being dead. See that? Yes, they're going to have us. I know this sounds crazy, okay? Not all of them, but some of them, they'll have a black man, and the black men, I guess Nolan didn't realize he was a part of the club, and they accepted him as one of their brothers, and they let him have their woman. Okay. It was an initiation ritual. But the older white men from the old school that really understand this on a deeper satanic Masonic level know that they are going to be sacrificed some type of way. We're going to get them up at a certain time, but this was jealousy, and this was around a white woman. I told y'all that, and I still feel that, even though they fucked a lot of white women, there's something about this one particular one that started this fight that day. And Nolan went back down, they went back down, they heated, they drunk. I see a lot of rage towards Nolan about 2 or 3 white boys. And even that one right there, because he's jealous of Nolan too. They don't fuck the same woman, because I seen they sperm co-mingled, mixed together. And I see the sperm moving, and I see some sperm cells of the white boy daddy. So this daddy must have did some of this initiation too. But they'll bring also certain black men in that we don't know about, because a lot of them black girls like to fuck black men, but a lot of them white boys like to fuck black men too. That cuck holding, if the black man will go for it. If the black man don't go for it, because I don't see Nolan went for it, they'll still fetishize and fantasize about being with him by watching Nolan fuck a white woman. This is what I'm seeing. But the black man that I'm seeing him let penetrate the girl that the white boy drug, he looked at different than Nolan. He was more niggerish looking, like real dark skin, kind of bigger, got a little stomach with some real nappy hair, with some long dick on him. Went up in her, and of course he enjoyed it because he liked white women too, on the low. But you wouldn't think it, because he talk and he ain't gonna tell nobody. You know, this would be like the janitor or somebody like that. You know, that he ain't gonna tell nobody because he don't want them to cut him out. So he might be with black women, act like he with them, but on the low he get money, and they give him some South sandwich plate. You know, like one of them tuna fish stacks. You know, stacked sandwich, like you take a sandwich, right, and you put some tuna fish and mayonnaise on there, and then you split it up in 4 ways like a triangle, like, and then you take them and stack them and put a toothpick with the little green or red tassel piece of plastic to hold the sandwich together, and then you put the dill pickle, like sliced it up at the thin little dill pickle spears on the side with some Ruffles tater chip or some Lay's tater chip with some salt on it. They get him shit like that, and you know, in the paper plate, you know, with some Sandra, how that fancy to get that man some white bread, tuna fish sandwich, and put the or some macaroni salad. Take the sandwich, you cut the sandwich in 4 ways, so they like triangle wedges. Two little wedges on top of each other, and then slide a toothpick on it to hold it together. Get him some pickle wedges now with some tater chip. I see he like rubber these with some wavy tater chip. Got the waves and ridges with some salt on it. Get him that in a paper plate, but double up the paper plate so it won't kind of, you know, be too flimsy and bend like and fall. Toothpick with the little green tassel and the red tassel. He like that, you know. Put that on there and have some, you know, macaroni salad, tater salad, and that's fancy. Get that nigga, that right there. Get him like some hot dog or hot link. Grill that up there real quick, have the black on it. Put some mustard on that with the same light bread. He can fold it up, split it. With some Doritos on there. And get him a canned drink with a straw in it. That's fancy. And that's what he get for fucking. And get him about $5 or $6 for some gas money. And get him a job to clean up. He said, oh, his number was 3. His little brother football number. Who? Nolan had a brother. I ain't know he had a little brother. Said the mama took a picture of both of them from the back. Oh, yeah, Coca-Cola. Yeah, Coca-Cola. No. They give him the off-brand Coca-Cola, like the, you know, what that off-brand name? Mississippi. They don't give him the, you know, the real Coca-Cola. Yeah, they put a straw in the canned drink with the paper plate on there. Or he give him some poke and bean and a hot dog in there with some tater chip on the side of it. Yeah, that RC cola, yeah, with a straw in there. And then he do a lot of like a buck breaking light. And they film it. And then the woman wake up, oh, you still don't want to talk to me? You don't know me? I like you. I want to get to know you. No, I don't. Really? Well, let me send you something. I think you might after you see this. God seeing a big ass, black ass, nappy headed ass nigga going up in them. I mean, I would be with a horse dick on. I would be terrified too. I seen some nigga doing that too. Nigga, that ain't the kind of nigga I let. To eat some goddamn canned drink and have some tater chip with a hot dog split open, bust up and grill down with some onion, white onion cut on there with a little cheese and mustard with some wavy tater, Shasta, Coca-Cola, or pop. You think I like that shit? I see that shit, I might pass out. They might have to take me to the hospital for some sense a nigga done did that to me. And you know them white women never holler at nigga like that. There's no one nobody to know, and you letting her see she get butt broke like this on camera and then start slut shaming them and extorting them and they don't like you and shit and doing that to that goddamn thing. Oh, okay, I didn't see the brother. I didn't know she had no more children. By the man she with now or by Nolan's real dad? Yeah. Did they get down there on ice in that cooler, that styrofoam cooler with a lot of ice on it? I don't know if that's the same brand they still making. And these women are horrified. You know, if everybody gonna know, they might get on drugs or commit suicide. Think about their daddy gonna find out, their mama find out, and they find out they pregnant. So they don't know if it's by the nigga or the white boy don't fuck them. He sits there and terrorize and extort women and then start calling them slut. They don't want to talk to him. And then he done sat there and did this shit. And Nolan was like, Nolan knew. He knew. He didn't do it. He wasn't a part of it. And like they either done, both of them had sex with this girl. I really want Katie girl, did they know this girl? They saying they didn't and they don't. I really wonder. Then said her sister been speaking for her. What do they know about these white boys? They not fucking telling. Or was this the proposition where they talking about a train with her, a sex worker? This white boy love to do sex party. He love to do group sex. He's a sex addict, a nymphomaniac, and he likes to do this with different people. He is known for this kind of shit. And he's nasty and abusive towards women, and this, but that's how his daddy is. So I've never seen a picture of the dad. I don't know the daddy's name, but when I saw the sperm cells, I saw fully developed sperm, Nolan's sperm, and this white boy's sperm. One of them might be impotent. It could be the boy daddy or one of the white boys that indulge in this group sex, because I'm seeing pre-cum, seminal fluid of pre-secretions, the lubricant of semen, like the precursor, the beginning of it, where you think it's sperm, but it's not. There's no sperm in it. Somewhere in either pre-cum, but I feel like somebody from the drug use they've done and they diet, they young, but they have a sex problem, an erection problem. They ejaculate a lot. They like that stuff they get at the gas station. They taking them drugs for an erection, prolonged erection, because they're having a problem or the absence of sperm. So all them young white boys, when they're young, they can't get nobody pregnant. But I'm seeing, I think this might be Nolan's child, even though they both had unprotected sex, because I see they sperm here, and they were doing, I guess his mama didn't know this what they've been doing. That's why he liked being over there, because he got all his sexual experience and he got to have what he felt like he couldn't have, different white girls he want to have, and they liked it him. Yep, they sell drugs within there, and they do drugs in there. No, I didn't say Nolan was selling drugs, but he was doing it. Yes, I've said it from the beginning, and I'm not taking it back. He's done drugs. He's gotten high. He drinks. He drank beer. Now, I don't think he got high his mind doing that weekend because he had to go for training Monday morning. And he would have had to detox really heavily to get that. But he was buzzed and he was drinking, yes. But I didn't say he was doing drugs, but he has. And I'm not taking it back. All of them do, but he liked to have sex over there. Who wouldn't? They young, they boys. And a lot of young women like to have it too. A lot of them on birth control, some of them not. They go and get the birth control abortion. And they let 2 and 3 men have sex at one time. They all swinging. The girls are swinging. The boys are swinging. Girls having sex with girls. Girls having sex with boys. They laying there with the same sex partner and go behind each other. And all of them ain't got no condom on. And oh, okay. I didn't know Nolan's mother had 6 children. Okay, is he the oldest boy or the youngest boy? Were they present? Have they been speaking out? His brothers and sisters? I don't know. You said the drug dealer I was speaking of was the YTE. I don't know who YTE is. I don't know the names of all these people. But like I said, the white boy is one of them, seller and doer, and had the people contact him to give it to him. They're sitting up there speaking for Nolan, so they knew each other, and Nolan wouldn't come on. He seen them hugged up with a girl. But when I saw that interview today, he said he was on the island hugged up with the girl. He told my man, you crazy. And said they left him because Nolan wouldn't come on. Well, he was halfway lying and halfway telling the truth. Nolan was hooked up with a girl, but what you didn't say was Nolan had got back on the boat with y'all and came back into dry land with you. Like I told you that Nolan had told me, and that he was murdered on dry land and then dumped. So either he was already dead or he was unconscious and dying. And even if they dump your body in the water, you can still get some water in your lungs, just not as much. Since your heart not beating, your blood not pumping, it's not circulating and you're not inhaling, but it can still get, some can still get in your throat and get in your lungs. And then the diatoms, the little small plankton, get in now. And we just won't have as much in now. And I wasn't sure if I was saying the correct thing. Okay, so now I'm confused. Why do we see what you said? Why do we see, as you all are leaving the island, he is on the boat hugged up with a girl like you said? And yeah, but what white friend are you talking about? Because I'm seeing that's one of them there. And he still has secret anger and rage towards Nolan. But he's going to get up there and speak as if that was my friend, that was my brother, refer to him as his brother. Really? So all of y'all close to him, he's saying, plus it was people on there that didn't know Nolan. It's just friends of theirs or other people. So they didn't come near him. Nobody did anything to him. Okay. But you his brother, so why didn't you protect him? You were competing about that white girl. That's got a lot to, and plus he knew their secrets and he had some of that on the phone. Might have had some video of one of these little episodes and shit. And then I think he done been with mans. I think Nolan knew he wasn't with it and he didn't want to do it, but he knew he was like deviated. You know. He go both ways, and this was something happened when he was young. He might have been messing with somebody in his family, a male in the family might have been messing with him, fondling him or whatever, but he get on drugs and do this freaky shit. But what I'm saying, he's already freaky. The drugs just help him. Well, I ain't know what I was doing, but they do know what you were doing because it's a couple of boys that's gay in now and that go both ways in now, where they got a little group of them, a group within a group that strictly mess with boys. They mess with each other, and they target other boys and get them high and drunk and get them set up in it. And they might fight them and be like, "Get the fuck off me, dude! I don't go that way. I don't play that." But then some of them be asleep and drug. They films they ass too, and you want everybody to see this. You want me to leak this on the dark web. You want me to accidentally lose this and somebody get shocked when they see your face. Okay, well, you gonna keep don't have sex with me then, because I like you. So if you don't, they do that to boys and girls. You don't. It's either that or I'm gonna tell somebody, let this leak out that you gay. And he's like, I'm not gay. Well, you was right there. Yeah, because I was drugged and I was asleep. I didn't know what was going on. Well, you liked it. No, I didn't. Well, you gonna like it now. Or I'm gonna tell. Or I want $50,000. Or I want you to you got access to drugs one of your relatives do. You gonna get how what can I get that? I can go to jail, I can get well, that's your problem, ain't it? That's for you to figure out like sexually who is twins, who are twins, you know, sexually like shaming somebody, putting them in a compromising position where they can't help. Well, just let me go down on you then, because I love to get head. And I don't really want, my dad know, but ain't nobody gonna, ain't gonna can't know it's a family secret. Like you gonna let me do this because I be watching you, I be fantasizing like, you know, watching the tape I made of us. They're like us, like we ain't no couple. Like what the fuck, what you talk? I just fantasize. I know you like me the way you were. That's like nigga, I was unconscious. What the fuck? I was in a coma. The fuck you not like this shit? Look. They said Nolan's friend said in an interview that he never went to his home and Nolan was always at their home. Yeah, I heard him. That's the one I'm talking about. The skinny, tall, white one. Friend said they grew up together. They may have, but unless Nolan just hung out with people that he didn't bring to the house, I don't know. I think that's weird too, because if you that little, you at the house, your mama would have to know because you're small. Unless she don't care about you, and the mama don't seem like the type that would let him run amok like that. And is it true? Was the white boys out there, was they at his funeral or they did not come? Because I think that's weird. Just like Cowboy knew, now he really did know Nipsey when he was a little boy, a teenager. Nipsey looked up to him because he used to be the man back in the day. And some of the other people supposed to be friends with him. They did not come to Nipsey's funeral. And I don't think the parents or the brother wanted Cowboy at their funeral. But why? You was right there when he died and you could have prevented it and you didn't. And you talking about they close. You see what I'm saying? That means they probably wasn't allowed, that they didn't feel comfortable because the mother know and the lawyer know y'all did that shit, that goddamn boy. See, and there was jealousy and competition and rage, and they was fucking the same girl. I know, and now they brought up another girl, Lenny or Lynette or something. It was another white girl there. See, that's what I'm trying. I don't. Again, look, if this doesn't come out, I'm willing to be wrong about them. Him and that white boy was sharing a girl, and then it changed because the girl started liking Nolan and didn't want the white boy in it, and it was a very bad feud and competition because even though he acting like he cool and shit, it's like nigga, you don't go over me. And you don't take what I got or what I have. I'm the one let you do this and we let you have them and let you be around. And uh now she supposed to be with you and they arguing about it. So you just supposed to back down, let me have that. And he's talking about like that you have, it's not even like it's not a contest or competition, but it is. And he's like as twisted and sick as you are and all the stuff you do. And how you on drug fuck men and goddamn it women and drug women and abuse them and hit on them and put them on tape and expose them and call them all kind of names like you don't fuck them like you don't know them like they ain't nothing to you. Why do you care about her? You ain't even really want her. You just want her because she want me because I'm with her and all that. And I want to lock this down and we ain't gonna partner up and tag team on this one. But motherfucker, what? Yeah, I got this, and give me this phone. Give my fuck. I ain't giving you shit. The fuck you talk. I don't look. I don't know why I'm saying that. I've said it before, and I'm not saying that's the total reason that I don't know what you mean. Drug dealer call shots. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's. I'm not gonna say that's a total reason, along with being drunk and high, just out their mind, because some of them wanted to commit murder on him and they have done shit like this before. They get, the white boys get very violent like that. They like to fight each other just to play. It's just play to them. they grow up, they're taught to fight each other, to learn to be tough and to be strong and do wrestling and martial arts and football and take each other down. That's what they like to do. Some black people do it too, but they're encouraged to be tough and to fight and then get up and shake hands. We still brothers. I love you. You love me. We still friends. That's they taught to be very competitive and very barbaric like that. So I don't. Damn, I don't know. I was here this long. Um, and they show me his blood and blood types. And I think whoever hit him, and when they were fighting, their blood is co-mingled with his blood, or somebody might have injured their hand or injured themselves. Uh, well, now also they're drunk and they're drug addicts. This is what I'm seeing. And then the boy said he put a can down. He put a can of beer down. He admitted they was drinking. And I'm seeing this, and I'm looking at the sperm anatomy, and I'm seeing two sets of sperm. The male side of them talking to me. And so I have to break that down. And I look first at the Bartholin gland. And it's no, the Bartholin gland does not produce seminal fluid. It produces a clear mucus-like fluid that provides moisture and lubrication to the vagina during sexual arousal. We got them on each side of our vagina. And so I saw that fluid coming out for several women, but that one woman where I saw both of their sperm went in there, so that the Bartholin's gland for the female, the male side of it will be the bulbourethral, might be kind of not pronouncing correctly, I press it. The bulbourethral gland function in male reproductive system. The bulbourethral gland, also known as the Copper's gland, produces pre-ejaculate fluid during sexual arousal to neutralize urethral acidity, to lubricate the penis and clear urine residue. Detailed overviews are provided by the Cleveland Clinic on the male reproductive system. Key functions: it neutralizes acid. The fluid is alkaline, which neutralizes any leftover acid from urine in the urethra to protect sperm. Lubrication: it adds mucus to lubricate the inside of the urethra and tip of the penis for smooth travel during sex. Cleaning the pathway: it flushes out any dust, dead cells, or old urine residue to make a clean path before ejaculation. Important facts: location: 2P size gland found below the prostate gland. Pre-ejaculate: the clear fluid they make is often called pre-cum. See, I seen that. And I'm like, why am I seeing this? Well, because it was two genetic types of pre-ejaculate. One from Nolan and the other from the white boy. And then I saw two or three other white boys because they be doing train. And then I saw a dust. There's a dust in the air ducts in one of them white boys' house. And I believe it's that one that's the judge, because I seen it in Nolan's lungs and I seen it in the pre-ejaculate. So that means you done been in their house, like the white boy said. And they done had group sex and parties somewhere. I'm hearing boat house. I wonder, do they have a boat house, or is they just have one house, or a separate house on the lake or something? Y'all tell me if you find out. You said the parents know Javon and acknowledge him. Like I just said, he has particles of dust and DNA, Nolan. Well, I'm seeing on a spirit level. I'm doing a medical intuitive reading here. Like I say, you don't believe shit I say. I don't know this for a fact because I see it spiritually. I don't see it physically, but we know they hung together, they slept together, they ate together. They partied together, saw bitches together, get drunk and high together. He said that Nolan been over there for years, off and on, was like lived there. These things went on. He the one telling me too about the drug dealing, the drug traffic. So that boy's a drug dealer and a junkie. The parents know he like to get high almost every goddamn day. He cannot deal with reality. He doesn't have to. He's a white boy that don't have to worry about reality and paying no bills. His granddad, all of them know about him, know how he is. And some of them chew tobacco after young and old white boy got tobacco in their mouth. As they say here, not tobacco in their mouth, in their jaw, that pouch. They soft, moist, chewy tobacco in their mouth. See them white boys carry that pouch down now to put that tobacco in their mouth. That's what I'm saying. And get high off of that. You got tobacco too. I see a rat down there. Speaking of rats, did y'all see this more confirmation of what I said when I said a rat came down here from New York City? And like that picante sauce where they did that commercial with the Cowboys from New York City. And I told you the rat said it was a mutant rat that they couldn't kill. And it was big with some long ass foot with some nigger jewels on. I think he had some skins on. He was sharp. I saw an article on YouTube yesterday. The news on there said that they got a problem in New York with mutant rats. They can't kill these rats. The rats are resistant to rat poison. They shake it off. It don't do nothing to them, don't mean nothing to them. They can't kill them. This shit that I said, where I saw a rat walk in here, and y'all were listening to me laughing, talking about what kind of drink he like, or what y'all call pop up there, and what kind of sandwich and shit he like. This shit is for real. He said, look up the X Club in Meridian. What is the X Club? Please tell me what the goddamn X Club is. You said they do train, not just whites and MS. Really, that's regular. So you saying black folk do the train too down there? Because I'm seeing some of these white boys and black boys intersecting, and it's just not known. There would know, but you think all these white boys or white children, white girls are segregated. They all are not. They be slick, hooked up on the slick like they parents be doing. Wait a minute, Sandra. Elon Musk put some rats on the spaceship. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, they have Ecstasy Club drug and Ecstasy Club. Yep, I'm sure they got them in Atlanta and everywhere. But they also tied to the law enforcement children and the military children. And that's what Clive told me. It's a rap industry down there. And some of them white boys love rap. He said they love the violent rap, like the old Ice Cube and Easy E and Pop. They like the radical loud and they like to get violent. They love the rap, but they do it on the low. They like our culture, but they like the violent side. Because many of them feel like their life is slow, boring, and dull. It's exciting to them. And it makes them more violent and for bloodlust, a video game, violent video games and Tom Clancy and war games and shooting and killing in the game. That's what he said. I wonder who the rap people are associated with them and rap music or any black people down there dealing with rap or music labels down there, because Clive said that there are people that have music deals or rap deals down there. And they're associated, he said, with Hollywood and the music industry. So I guess we research and find it later or see who they know or what come out. I know this sounds real weird, what I said. So we also need to look at train tracks and trains, since Harriet Tubman came and see if we're going to deal with any more train derailments or spills on trains or the train cabins. how they carry supplies and chemicals on these trains or accidents with them. We're still looking at airplanes, helicopters, cruise ships. I'm still seeing virus and rats and monkeys down there, snakes. They transport pets too on these cruise ships, as well as these airplanes. And these airplanes running out of fuel and having problems with their trips and cutting them down, or might have strikes with airplanes or planes closing or not operating every day. They usually do. Plane crash, train crash, helicopter, cruise ship, boats. You see, lately I've been watching on the news in the United States and out of the United States. People have been drowning and being killed on these boats, regular boats, not just cruise ships. Like I told you, it was ships and boats too outside of the cruise ships. People missing, people dead, as well as subways, killings, stabbings. You're gonna see more murders on these subways, and in New York City, different places, and robbings and strange attacks on subways and regular buses and trains and uh, Amtrak, different type of train and bus system and subway systems from Atlanta all the way up to LA. You're going to see, and in New York, it's going to be crazy and wild up there. I told you there was Gotham City up there. The Joker and Batman is out. Harley Quinn. I mean, wow. Did y'all see this shit in Vegas? On Nevada a couple of days ago, this white man, he lived in this community. He done went outside and he is shooting at all of these people that are not there. He is shooting at invisible people and hollering. He went to someone's door, knocking on the door with this big gun. You can see it on the camera. I mean, this shit is wild as fuck. Nobody was outside but him. Is hot. I don't know what he was on, but it must have been good because he out there shooting. Bah, 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 bah. Nobody's outside but him. He's running up and down the street. He's in the subdivision. He going to people's porch, knocking on the door. You seen that shit? High as fuck. They're just hollering and running. Somebody called the police. Bullets, because out there they have like the stucco houses, so the bullets are going through the wall of the houses while he bamming on the door. Bam, 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 bam. It's just like somebody after him, and like I said, it might have been, but they were goddamn it invisible because nobody see him but him. Because when you look at the cameras, nobody outside but some air. They're talking to the air and hollering and shooting. Police finally got there. They had to subdue him. He came up dead. I don't know how he got killed, but they tested. They said that man was on some substance. Whatever it is, I don't want none of it because I don't want y'all seeing me up there, goddamn it, shooting and hollering at somebody and talking to somebody and really take that back. And ain't nobody out there but some air out there and some sky. And y'all don't see nobody goddamn me. I don't know what that was, but he went and took that on his own, and it told him whatever in it that they coming for him, and there's a whole bunch of motherfuckers outside, and he need to get his rifle and go outside. I'm like, I mean, this shit. I said people gonna do this. We don't know what was in his mind or what voice he was hearing. But he was hearing some, and he was like strategically running and ducking down, getting up on somebody's porch, getting behind a tree, like somebody was shooting him. Like them motherfuckers gonna see him through the door to the camera and open the door. You said Amtrak is famous for trafficking and really. Yep, you're gonna see more of it coming out because they still trafficking. I still see that in prostitutes. And at these gas station stores and stuff I tried to tell you about. They running them through there in the back, the motorcycle club and shit. And these daycares and defects, that's coming out. Somebody sent me something, I saw it. Sex trafficking, some children. Police was letting it go on with these children in a certain spot, getting them through foster care. This man running this Indian man running this store. I think that's in California somewhere. He was with gang members help prostituting at the motel he had. You say he tripped over the curb. They arrested him. Then he was dead. Yeah, I wonder what they probably gonna tell us what he had in his system when they do the autopsy. Boy, it's so good that nobody was outside when he did that shit. But we're gonna and these ancestors are up too. You're gonna see these storms real bad, these floods, more of it, more earthquake. I still feel the earth trembling in places you're not expecting to see it. And then the fertilizer crisis and shortage is going to be a food shortage. And Trump is letting this shit happen. He's just letting the U.S. go down for a great tribulation to happen in the U.S. while they make billions and then taking the water and locking everything down, locking the food down to try to force you to eat that artificial meat and shit. Artificial meat, artificial milk. A lot of people gonna die behind this because they ain't gonna be able to digest that shit. It's gonna be tearing their body up. Um, but I don't know what this is, but I feel like they getting ready to line up to assassinate Trump. They already looking at different body parts and got the snipers and sniper rifles ready, figuring out to catch him where he go or if he traveling outside the U.S. Even though he got the armor cars, armor plane. They're gonna try to deal with somebody he know or that work for him to get him information to betray him so they could become the next president of the United States. And Trump trying to rig the elections now through the law and said people cheating and stuff to make sure he stay in there. That's a scary thought. He get back up in there, don't get out. Like the only way he get out is death. And they are willing to make that happen. While I was looking at Nolan's autopsy, I start picking up JFK. And I was told to go look at the JFK assassination, the diagrams of it. Like I'm looking at Nolan's diagram. I don't know why it came up, then it led to Trump. They talking about killing Trump right now. It's gonna be another assassination of Trump. One of them might get him. I don't know if he's gonna leave there alive because I heard them. They talking about it right now. Looking at they not just gonna go for a head shot. They want a mid body shot because he have problems with his arteries and vein, his heart circulation and his artery and his vein. Whoever is doing this, they're a sharp shooter, and they want to make sure they hit. They want whatever they hit, they're gonna tear it open. They're gonna make sure they tear open the artery, they tear open the vein, like here in the major aortic vein or the superior vena cava. Was superior. Yes, get your heirloom seeds, your non-GMO seeds. Is it superior vena cava or inferior vena cava? You see this here. Superior vena cava. Okay. The superior vena cava, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correct. I need to go look at medical terms to make sure I'm saying it correctly. There's a short, wide vein that returns oxygen-poor blood from the head, neck, arms, and upper chest directly to the right atrium of the heart. They want to go there. Because they said weak. They said that he got arterial plaque built up inside of his artery. Say he have a heart, but he gets around. He active every day. I don't see how he do it. Or let's say he's probably a doctor. They give him certain medicine or something. I'm seeing several medicine, but I guess his diet and exercise is not where it should be. Problem breathing, stiffness in the joints. The blood pools in the middle part of the body and the lower part of the body. Feet be big and feet and leg big. I don't know. We probably can't see them because he probably doesn't wear shorts. I don't know. Maybe he does. If y'all seen it, let me know. Where sometimes he has stiffness and aching and he can't walk. They have to give him something, I guess, to reduce it. The fluid in his body. Many times he be tired and dragging, don't have no energy. He have to take something. He might have stiffness or pain or take something to help him move around, or have energy, deal with his poor circulation, and maybe to help him, I guess feel upbeat or relax or high or something like, you know, uh, I'm trying to say it in a nice way, you know. Uh, it's a heart issue that I'm seeing. And these people that want to assassinate him know. They know about it. Somebody done told them. They got inside intel in the United States and outside the United States. And they want to tear him up when they shoot him like they did JFK. Now, look, I don't know why I keep getting stuff like that. So they might do a headshot. They're thinking about a headshot, but they want a funeral. They want an open casket so the world could see it. And they're going to do a middle shot. They're going to make sure he don't get up. If they get him, he ain't going to get up, I'm telling you, because of what they're going to shoot him with. They want him dead. Dead. It's a hit on him. It's a bounty. And I think they know all these attempts and all. I don't really believe the one with when the wrestlers was up there. I kind of don't believe that one too tough, because he would have did it. The person was inside of there had access to Trump and missed. So I don't really. I think that was. I don't know. That I don't think that's serious. I still don't think it was serious. But who I'm picking this up from is, and this is international, but also they already sleeper cells in the U.S. They want this public. And it's also an inside job, just like JFK was an inside job. And they made it public for the elite to see it. And who else was an issue? Marilyn Monroe, with these women he was messing with. And he had enemies who want to take him out. There were also internal. Trump also has internal handlers and enemies, as well as international, external ones. So you said they're gonna lose Little Rock. You said they're gonna lose a little rock that's shaking in their head. I don't know what that means, but I keep, but I'm sure he knows, that he has to protect his safety, and have high level security. I think Vance, they had to fire the patrol around Vance because some of the Secret Service men was leaking information. They have to get a whole new staff for Vance. What is that? The vice president Vance, is something going on with him with his security detail. Um, I'm gonna go now. I just want to mention that in there in case we see another attempt, because I keep feeling it. That's gonna be there, but they don't want this to be an attempt though. They want to put him on him and his family. He got a hit, a big bounty. It's on the dark side. A bounty. It might be more than one on his head. He got to be real careful. And then definitely who he get food from, he could be poisoned because he already has illness. I don't know why I'm getting this, but I'm hearing it right now. That if they could assassinate him right now, they would. I'm already seeing practice runs on it. Where they're gonna hit him, how they're gonna hit him, how many times. It's a sniper, it's a long rifle. That's what I'm seeing with a scope on there. They already practicing, like they might do target practice with a picture. And some of these are foreign, but they're here and be scoping out the White House. Wow, they got somebody inside of there that did the details, like the presidential details and the Secret Service. That's also in the administration. They got a spy. You know what? Let me shut my ass up. Let me shut the fuck up. Oh, cause see, I don't know who be listening to us. We'll be over him. They say they're gonna lose a little rock that's shaking in their head. I don't know. So let me shut my ass up. Uh, I'm seeing a diagram and a blueprint of the White House. Okay. I'm going to go now. Let me get out of this here. I love y'all. I'll talk to you soon. How are you doing? I want to wait until someone is in here to make sure that you can hear me because my phone is delayed a little bit. I don't know what's going on. Breaking news. Breaking news. But I want to make sure that you all are here and that you can hear me. I don't see anyone in the live yet, but this is very this is very, very important, which it helps me and it helps to confirm my readings, what I have been saying. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me, my beautiful family? My ones that are always here and always have my back. And can you hear me? Now, you all got on me a few days ago when I started apologizing because the representatives and law enforcement in Mississippi said, and all of Nolan's friends said, "Hey, Kim, I love you." Posting my cash apps and being here for me and loving me and supporting me. And I told y'all I wanted to apologize in advance because I may be wrong. And this reminded me of the Nipsey Hussle case when I saw 1, 2, 3 scenarios. And I said they would put out the different scenarios and different people saying different things to throw us off and confuse us and send us in different directions at the same time. But what I said, I said, even though I'm apologizing, I still feel it. I believe that Katie is lying, and whatever other female that said he was left behind, the white boys put her up to that. And I believe that Nolan left that island with them white boys. And when I saw the boat leaving, I did not see dead people, blood, or body. I didn't see a cadaver. I didn't see a dead body. I didn't see him dead on the boat, but I saw him um, on a boat. I saw him leaving. And you all said, well, if you said that, that's what it is. I said, no, because that's not what the news is saying now. They say stay with the girl. And I'm asking the girl, even though she's physically alive, I can still get in people's head. She did not say she was with him or they were lovers. I wish they didn't say, they said they just met. And I said, no. And he said, I didn't do that. Remember, I kept saying, he said, I didn't do that. I didn't give them my phone. I didn't give them my keys. They stole my phone. They took it. We were fighting. They wouldn't give it back. I did not stay with her. I did not drown myself. I was not sloppy drunk. I was not on drugs. I did not accidentally fall in the wall and in the water and get caught in the current. I saw y'all say I kept feeling it, but could be wrong. I want to apologize if I've said that, you know, that happened. I could be wrong, y'all. And we were waiting for the autopsy to come out. I said, but I feel it. But with the Nipsey Hussle reading, Amius Joseph Ashkadam, I got, he gave me 2, 3 scenarios, and then people on the news giving different stories. So I was a little bit confused listening to the news. And I said, well, maybe he was traumatized, or it could have been an attack or fight in the store, but it might not have been the same day. Sometimes, maybe when people have physically been murdered, they're disoriented, they're very emotional, they're very hurt, they're very angry, and they're telling me different situations. And I'm learning to try to put the date, the time, and put them together. I said, but I know that Big U had murdered Nipsey with some of his friends and some Crips and people in the music industry and law enforcement. I knew, and then eventually it came out that he was involved in it. Big U's in jail right now, but we don't know He's an informant, as well as Eric Holder. They put Eric Holder. He's a patsy, a fall guy, just like with JFK's assassination. Well, I want to thank you all for not attacking me and not accepting my apology. You all would not accept my apology. You said no, you said it, and you better stand on it. Well, I just saw TMZ. I'm sure you all have seen it too. Remember, I said it was three boats. Saying he could have gotten on one of the three boats instead of the main boat, or could have got on that one. They towed it away, switched the boats. We don't know if the dead body was brought back on one of the three boats. Now it's confirmed. When I said I saw three boats, they are. That's right. Hit that clap, make my ass clap. Well, I really appreciate your love, your patience, your time, your donation, so I can continue to rest, get me something to eat, and try to get my mind together. Congratulations. I'm glad you got out, baby. Please don't go back. Reform your life, educate yourself, use all of the experiences to create, whether you are in your own businesses or whether you work for companies, use your lessons to make you a very powerful boss and role model to teach the ones that won't listen not to do what you've done or get caught, how whatever the circumstances, or whether you were wronged or with the wrong crowd, or if you legitimately did something, that's fine. You paid your price for it. You paid your dues. Please be a role model. That's right. And he survived it. Now thrive in it, stand in it, own it, and become a multimillionaire, a superstar, an example that everyone that goes in there does not get stuck in there, does not die in there, but comes out and makes a difference. You know what? I'm so excited. I'm not going to stay here long. I just had to tell you all this. Did you see it? TMZ. Exclusive. Nolan Wells investigation. Boat owners allow police search. Woman denies being with him on final day. The parents of Nolan Wells' a friend allowed their boat to be searched by police amid the investigation into the teenager's death, TMZ has learned. TMZ obtained the Mississippi Department of Marine Resource report detailing the search, which was launched after Nolan's mom reported him missing on July 4th. As you know, Nolan and his friends went out to Horn Island, but he never returned home. His body was found on July 6th near the last spot he was seen. His pals told cops, Nolan told them he was staying on the island to hang out with a girl, but the girl told police Nolan said he was headed back with his friends. God damn. On July 8th, investigators met with Jerry Atkerson and Jennifer Pyron, who are grandfather and mother of one of Nolan's friends. The report says Jerry signed docs allowing the officer to search their boat and take the GPS data. The permission to search document states Jerry gave permission for the investigators to remove any documents or items from the boat they deem important for their probe. The cops say they also met with another man, Bart Edmiston Jr., and pulled data from his boat. The report notes investigators also went out to the residence of a woman named Laney. They kept saying it was Katie. Now it's another woman named Laney, who they said was originally reported to be on Horn Island with the group that included Nolan. It's unclear if Laney is the girlfriend says Nolan told them he was staying with on the island. The report said Laney said she was not on Horn Island, but was at a different island with a different group of friends on July 4th. Trip! Would you please put the polar bears. I'm in Alaska. I'm chilling. Brr, it's so cold in the dirty South. It is very hot, very humid out here. It's so humid and hot, it's hard for me to go outside. But it's cold as a motherfucker down here in the dirty South trap house. Please put the polar bears, put the igloos, put the snowflakes. Brr. I stay humble. I doubt because I'm in a human body. So because I'm in a human body, I doubt myself a lot of the times, and because I'm seeing these things with my mind and with my gifts. So I like to always doubt myself. I know a lot of people that read, they never doubt themselves. They believe they are always right, but I'm in a human body. So I like to give room for error. And also, it depends on how I feel. If I'm not feeling well, if I have a headache, a migraine, if my brain's cloudy, if I'm sick, I always like to do that. I know you said I shouldn't do that, but I do that because I'm in a human body, and humans have frailties. We humans do make mistakes, even though I have done this for 20 years, but I haven't done it in the public for 20 years. I just started doing it, as you know, when I came back, I had been sick off and on for 10 years with undiagnosed, unexplained illnesses and stuff. And then I realized it was black mold in the house, like I've told you before. Um, so when I came back, 2017, 2018, I came back with R. Kelly when they started coming in on me and the different entities, the different beings, demons, angels, the dead, let me know they wanted me to tell their stories, famous people. And that's when I started doing it. And thank you, Kim. I can make 1407. I work to be the best, and I still don't feel like I am. So I keep working. I keep learning. And I felt like because it was three scenarios, I three scenarios anyway, even if I doubt it. What you said, Harley Quinn. I love Harley Quinn. You said Queen MF Drip. Let me point out one thing. Ex Katie McCormick and L. Jack. I don't know who Eli Jacks. What happened to Nolan Wells? They're like, yeah, but I just told you. The police talked to Katie. She said she was not there. She did not stay with him. She left. She doesn't know what happened. So I don't need to ask her anything. I just said earlier, I already asked her. And I asked Nolan. And I have said in previous readings, she said they were not together. She was lying. I knew she was lying. So I don't have to ask. I've told you what I saw. I don't know what else you want me to go back and keep asking these people. And please donate if that's what you would like. Because I'm not a machine. I'm a human being. So to keep going back and forth for people that don't donate, don't support me. I know the people that donate when you can. And I know sometimes you don't have it, but I know when you do, you do. And people give when they can. If you're not one of those, please don't come back and ask me to go back and ask again what I have already answered. Just go ask another reader, okay? So please, y'all bills is due. Yep, and I got bills. Okay, that's the way I can use this phone and pay this bill and eat. I have my lights on and give you the information because I have to pay bills too. Nothing's free. I have done several readings on him. Okay, well, if you want to share your insight, you can. But I'm not going to go and reread this. The police have verified this in public. They said they spoke to Katie. I just told you that you can go research yourself. She said she did not stay with him. He told he was going with his friends. I don't know what else you're asking me to do. This is in the 3D. These are police reports that they are releasing. TMZ just said it. Katie wasn't there. She left. She said he told her he was going to back to his friends. I don't know what you're asking me. So if you know more than I do, great. If you know it already, why are you asking me to go read it? Because I'm kind of, why are you asking me to waste my time and energy if you already know? You don't want to tell me and you want me to know what you know? I'm sorry, I'm confused. Um, I would like the woman to come back over here that called me a liar a couple of days ago and said I am a conspiracy theorist and I'm spreading conspiracies because I'm a liar and I am hurting the public and I'm hurting people because I'm giving out lies. And I responded and I said, you can come back and give me the truth because I want to know what I'm lying about. I would like for you to correct it. I'm going to let you do it right here. And you must understand you're the one that you sound like a dumb bitch because I never said these were absolutes. I am a seer. I believe I am. I have spiritual gifts. I'm a medical intuitive. I can perceive medical conditions and body systems, auric fields. And on a spiritual level, people come to me privately for this. I have even had doctors that were willing to give me a chance and humor them by just giving me a name, just giving me a patient's name. That's all. Or letting me read them. I have done this in private. I did this 20 years ago, 2020, 2021. Excuse me, 2000, 2001. I'm sorry. I'm a real OG with this bitch and I'm surgical with this hoe. Even though I doubt and I allow myself to be humble. I've written these things out and given them to doctors privately because they didn't know what to do with me because there were no Georgia laws. There are no laws in place that say someone like me without an education, all I have is a GED, and I'm not sure. I'm not embarrassed by that. Nobody can embarrass me. You don't have to, nobody in my past come back and tell y'all that or give the tea on me because I told you, yes, I don't like that. That's all I have. But y'all, that's all I have right now. A GED, which is a high school equivalent. I can still go to any school I want with a GED, but that's all I have. And I didn't have any medical experience. I didn't have any medical degrees. So these doctors were afraid to legally do something with me. But what I told them was, you don't have to legally do anything with me. You can just privately let me read these on a spiritual level and see what I see. Nobody has to know. It doesn't have to be, documented. It's just me telling you what I'm seeing with my spiritual gift since I have no degrees. I can be your assistant just like on a spiritual level. I give you the report and then you're covered because you read it and then you use your medical license as a doctor to authorize medical tests. And you get the test done to evaluate them and check where I'm telling you to check in the body systems. That way, this is documented medical evidence. And then you can prescribe them whatever medication or do whatever treatments that need to be done. I've even had patients, they're saying, I need to ask my patient, can you sit in with their exam? Can you read them? I'm talking about white people, Spanish people, Black people. And they said, yes, you can see me. You can scan my body. You can tell the doctor what you see. Doctor, please check it. Privately, I did that 2000, 2001. I wrote them. I still have these long reports, but I can't legally say who it was, but I can tell you the story. And I had white doctors. I had Black doctors to do this. And when they read these things, they just said, all I'm going to give you is a patient's name. That's what medical intuitives do. And unfortunately, in the Black community, they don't have any value for us. They taught not to have any value for us. But in the white community, there are white psychics, white mediums, and remote viewers that work directly with doctors and they're public with these doctors. And they help them with the patient. It's like integrative medicine where you deal with the legal medical part of medicine and treating people and you deal with the holistic side of it. That is legally done. And unfortunately, in other races, and I dealt with a lot of racism with that, the white doctors or the white psychics did not want to deal with me in Georgia. They didn't want me around. They believe they are superior. They're better than us. They're more gifted than us. They're more talented than us. And they don't like Black people. Okay. They don't like people of color around, even if you're not considered black, just people of color. They really don't have very much brown around. It's all white, you right. And when they saw what I was, I don't care who's listening to this. That's right, quantum metaphysics. That's where I go on the quantum level, in the quantum mind. When they tested me and said, okay, here's a patient, and we're very cold, all you get is a name. That's all you get. You're not getting, I'm not going to tell you this patient history. That's what the white doctors do to me. And black will do it too, but it was, it wasn't from that perspective, like dirtiness, racist and shit. She can't be better than me because she's black. We already know they inferior, they down her to be slaves and shit. That's what they believe. And they said the ETs told them that. Okay, so they give me a name today. I come back tomorrow. I have a 10-page report where I have gone through all of the body systems. I knew things the doctors didn't. It was like, you know what? This fucking nigger. Now I get blackballed. I get psychically attacked. The dirty eyes, the dirty back stabbing, treacherous shit. So I don't go to white sides of town. I don't go to white metaphysical bookstores anymore because I did not have that attitude. I wasn't raised to be racist. I didn't even get what I got now. Basically, even if you're not telling me to be racist, you should tell me the history of these people, not to trust them, not to eat with them, not to drink with them. I'm not saying all white people, but I've met some treacherous ones. And I wasn't even warned by my family. I saw them engage them. My mother always lived around them. I didn't see anybody do anything to her, but she was not, I'm not like her. She was dealing with them on a different level, and she knows how to play the game and kiss ass. That's not me. So she knew how to maneuver around them because she's treacherous as fuck too, like them, with her white blood that she always brags about. Even though she's my mother, we're like day and night. So I had to learn the hard way. I wasn't warned. That's when I started seeing the opportunities they have, the resources they have. They help each other. The professional ones and a lot of doctors, what I learned you don't know, of different races are also psychic mediums and remote viewers. They get in it to help people, but some of them are diabolical. They use their talents to hurt people. Look, I've seen a little bit of it all. You that I don't just really discuss. They're just human beings. They might be medical personnel and they might be very talented, a lot of them very wealthy, very well known, but they're still human beings and they have flaws, jealousy, envy, greed. A lot of them suffer from the 7 deadly sins and they will fuck you over financially, blackball you if they feel threatened by you. So I'm a nigger, right? So you're mad because now I'm not what your grandmama and granddaddy and your whole family told you and what your school told you. We're not in certain schools, not but because we can't cut it, but because you won't let us in, or you'll make it difficult for them like they do in different parts of the military where you don't see a lot of blacks. Now you see me face to face and you cannot take the shit because I defy everything you were told that we're not and that you are. They almost destroyed me in every way possible. I knew because I would call around in different white areas and say, hey, I would like to work with you. This doctor's office said I can't be there. I can't do this, can't do that. They turned on me. Oh, well, no, you can't come here either. Because we were told if we hire you, this is going to happen to us. That's going to happen to us. Do you see what I'm saying? And then the black people, doctors I spoke to, they did not dislike me, of course, because I'm black, but it was just like, wow, I don't know what to do with you. I've never heard of what you're saying. I'm medical intuitive. You are definitely accurate. I don't know how you know this, but I don't know where to place you. I can't legally put you here because you don't have a degree. So it's like it's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't. You're not accepted by your own, but you're definitely not accepted by whites. I'm not saying some whites would not deal with me. I just never met them. That's all. I'm not saying all white people feel that way. I know they don't. Because a lot of them found me fascinating and beautiful. But these were like patients, or they were not medical doctors. They're in a tight clique, and a lot of them are very fucking racist. We know that. So unfortunately, I couldn't do anything with that gift in Georgia because I didn't know where to go with someone who would be willing to take a chance and say, "Well, I can't give you a medical title because you don't have a medical degree, but I can hire you as my assistant. You can be the coffee girl. You can clean the lobby." You see what I'm saying? You feel me? They could have been creative and gave you, oh, she helps the nurses, or she stocks them, stocks the cabinet. She stocks the kitchen. She's a cook. Something they could have been creative and gave me some type of title. You see what I'm saying, on the front, but then on the back, it's like, okay, everybody's not here. Look, tell me what the fuck going on with Janie and Mr. Roberts. Goddamn, this nigga can't walk. We don't know. Unfortunately, I think, and it was 20 years ago, y'all. Excuse me, damn, 26, because it's 2000, 2001, 25, 26 years ago. Yeah, 2000, 2001. Oh boy. So I think it's important. What I hope is that Black people and minorities, maybe even if somebody white creates this shit, I don't care. It needs to be organizations for people like us, for groups like us, because this is not a racial thing. It's a spiritual thing. A whole bunch of people have these gifts and these abilities in their bloodlines, and they don't know what to do with it, or their mothers and fathers don't know why the child is this way. I A young man I spoke to, but he hadn't spoken to me on some years. He talked back to me, and I couldn't believe it. He said I could tell the story. I'm not going to go too far into it, but we knew each other when I first came out, what, 2007, 2008. That's the last time I saw him, and I wondered why he stopped speaking to me. And he said somebody in the conscious community told him that I was doing love spells on him. He's younger than me. Let me see. He's 40 now. He's 42, 43, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm about 15 years older than him. And I knew when we were talking in the 2007, 2008, maybe the latest 2009, I knew he had a crush on me. He even told his mother he had a crush on me. And he's a very talented singer. He actually let me use the soundtrack for my sci-fi sex series that I put up on YouTube around that time. And he was just so cute and so sweet, so handsome. But I did not fuck him. I did not touch him. I would, but I because I felt like he was too young. At that time, he was in what, late 20s. I'm like late 20s, early 30s. I'm in my 40s, early 40s, and he was just. I love you. I want to be with. Like, you're lying. He's like, I'm not. It's a crush, baby. It's a crush. You're young. I'm gonna let you play with the girls, okay? You play with the girls your age, or whatever girls you want to play with, whatever older women you want to play with. I'm not gonna fuck you because I just don't think you're ready for me, and I can't have my heart broken just because I'm older than you. Don't mean you can't break my heart. I don't want to get involved with you and have feelings for you. And I think you're still young. I think you're still searching. I think you need more sexual experience with other girls, either your age or whatever, or older women. And you come back to me. We'll decide. I'm ready now. I told my mom. I talked to his mom. His mom's beautiful. He laughs because I say his mom looks like a cat because his mother's light skin with these bright green cat eyes. And she had no problem with me being older and me dating him. But I kind of felt, so we would talk all the time. He's like, I want to come see you. His mother came to Atlanta because he had another business meeting with his singing career. And she came and they met me at the hotel. And she wanted to meet me. I met her. She said, there's nothing wrong with her. She's not bad. I'm okay if you date Alexis. And she says, well, the way you're staring at her, I think I need to leave the hotel. The mother left. She actually got in her car and left the hotel. Here's the key. Goodbye. I said, okay. So we stayed in the room. We were laughing. We were giggling and flirting with each other. We took a picture together. I forgot it. He gave me the picture. I have the picture. And we talked. I did not touch him. Uh, and I didn't see him anymore after that. We talked, and then he found me a few months ago. And I know within retrograde, sometimes people will come back in your life, whether good or bad. They'll come back in your life. What you say, Harley Quinn? I love all that you do in the unseen. Please know I'm a student. Oh, okay. And all of a sudden, it was nothing. And he comes back up a few months ago. He said, the reason I stopped speaking to you because somebody in the conscious community, I'm not going to say the name, said they called him and told him I was doing love spells to make him fall in love with me. And he believed it. I don't know why he believed it. He knew I was a seer and a reader. I do believe in magic, good magic, bad magic. And I think that it's wrong to do a love spell on someone that don't want you and you're doing it to force feelings that are not there. Now, if feelings are there and you're attracted to them, they're attracted to you, I see nothing wrong with enhancing it. If you're together, I've even talked to couples and said that if both of you are open to it, you should discuss it. You should do the love and sex rituals together while you're fucking do the love rituals. It's kind of all this stuff. I believe in this stuff. So I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I don't believe, I didn't do it because I don't believe in it. Yes, I do. I also believe in psychic self defense. I believe in fighting motherfuckers to try to kill you, do death spells, all this shit. I'm with all the shits. I'm with all of it. Except doing a spell trying to make somebody like you when they cannot stand you and you want them. They don't want you, so you're going to force it. I don't participate. I don't believe in that. Now, I knew he wanted to be with me and I was attracted to him, but I still never fucking did a love spell. I never did that to him because I already knew he liked me. Plus, I didn't do it because I knew I wasn't going to be with him. I didn't trust him. I didn't try to feel like he was young, he was hot, he was impressionable, he looking everywhere. He would always say, oh, damn, she fine. Damn, she fine. We'd be on the phone and he would tell me, this girl fine like that. I said, you know what? It seemed like you just want to fuck everybody. You young, you big heart. Seemed like you're not ready for me. I'm going to let you play. And plus, he was very successful. He was very talented. He made his, he ran his own businesses. So this is a young boss doing these things, very mature in all these other levels. But I felt emotionally and sexually, he was not. Like, no, you still got some play in you. So, baby, I'm gonna let you play, but I'm gonna be your friend and I'm gonna be here. I did not do any spells on him because he was right here. He was up the street. So I could have swallowed and fucked and rolled and popped and locked. I could. He was asking me to do it. I didn't do it. I could have did it on my own with no magic. So I was really hurt. I said, we knew each other. We talked every fucking day, hours on the phone, and you actually turn on me because of a fucking rumor. I didn't do that. I didn't touch you like that. I didn't touch you in the spirit. I swear I ain't fucking do that. Go get a reading from someone else. Matter of fact, he did. He went to another celebrity that's also in the conscious, and that's a seer, and she's divorced, but she was married to another celebrity. I ain't gonna tell you the name. And he said, Alexis, I want you to read Alexis K. Tyler. She said, I know who Alexis is. I know her. And he did the reading. She said, she's not a bad woman. She didn't do nothing to you. You need to call her and talk to her. He said, that's the only reason I called you. He said, I think we didn't speak for 8 years. He said, I was scared to contact you because I thought you wouldn't know me, you wouldn't remember, you'd be mad. I said, come on, I can't forget you. I don't forget many people. So I didn't do that, and I knew he was interested, and I still didn't do it. And I said, so she told you that I did that, right? And she told you to call me. And he said, yeah, I had to get my nerve up. And so he hit me on Facebook, and he said, I said, of course, you know that I have not forgotten you. I know who you are. And he said, well, here's my number. I want to talk. And he said, oh, I have someone with me. He showed me he has a little girl. She just turned 8. I was shocked. And I said, oh my God, wait a minute. Let me get on this phone. I said, let me cuss you out right quick. I said, wait a minute. That's after he told me. I said, not about that. I didn't cuss him out about the spell thing. I was just hurt by that. I said, wait a minute. You wanted to be with me. I wanted to be with you, but I thought you were too young and you weren't ready. You had no children and you had no girlfriend. You leave and stop speaking to me, and you come back and you bring a little girl that looks like she could be my daughter. I said, how could I be mad at you? How could I be mad? Even if you fucked someone else and you got this little girl, and I want a little girl, I love little girls. I said, and you got her and you brought her to me. I cannot be mad at you because this is one of the most beautiful makeup gifts you can give to me. She's absolutely gorgeous. You know how a lot of women will date a man, but they don't want to get serious with him because he has children and they will not accept his children. Or it's because it's a lot of times it's drama, or if she has kids, you know, she bring her kids in, but some women are selfish that way, or if she has no children, she doesn't want, she can't really embrace his children by another woman, a marriage, whatever, divorce, and she'll want to have her own children and only cater to her own children. Some men will not get with you because you have a baby by someone else, and they'll want to have their children. If they do, they'll neglect and mistreat the baby you have by someone else. That's not me, because I love little girls. I love ribbons and pigtails and lace and socks and all this stuff. So he's showing me the girl, and I'm so excited. I'm like, fuck you. I'm mad at you. I'm the baby. Can I please talk to the baby? And he puts a picture. He says, this is Alexis. This is an old friend of mine. This is Miss Alexis. So she gets on the phone. She goes, hi. I said, hi, baby. She says, hi, baby. Hi. I'm like, damn, she said hi already, okay? Leave it alone. Oh my God, you're so pretty. Hi, baby. Hello. She says, hi. Miss Let, hi. She keeps saying hi. I'm like, damn, she keeps saying, hey, leave it alone. So I'm on the phone. I'm like, is this what you brought me? And she gets to talking. He starts talking and he says, which goes back to me, what I am. She loves animals. I'm like, wait a minute. He said, she went and picked up some strays. I said, you got the strays in the house? So I love them too. She said she talks to the animals. She loves the animals. She got one with a broke leg, a cripple. She be taking care of the cripple dog. And she sees dead people. I said, wait a minute. You went and got a psychic baby and you didn't have it by me, but she's just like me. He said, people asked me, was she your daughter? They're like, you said Alexis was your wife a long time ago. Did you have a secret love baby with Alexis? Because look like that could be Alexis's daughter. And I'm like, he said, no, I swear it's not her baby. And I'm like, you sure you ain't have a baby by me and I don't goddamn know it? Or did you take my spirit out of me and put it in another bitch and get the baby because now you the baby psychic and shit? And she love animals and take them in and feed them like me? He said, I don't know how to explain this shit. But then I saw her mother. I said, okay, the mother's beautiful. Okay. It looks like me and the mother could be related. And he puts her on the phone. He said, tell Miss Alexis what you told me. I forgot the celebrity she talked to. She said, he comes to me. And she's like 7, but she just turned 8. And she starts telling me on the phone what the celebrity said. And he said, Daddy, they bother me. I think sometimes they keep her up. And I said, you got to teach her the gift. I said, oh my God, this is amazing. Y'all, a lot of these babies you all are having are psychic, or what they call indigo children. And the dead speak to them, and the ancestors come see them on either the father's side, the mother's side. And thank you, J Dub, for putting my cash up there. I could not believe that me and him have not spoke. We never got together. He comes back and he has his daughter, and she is so much like me. Her mother's not psychic. He's not psychic or intuitive that they know of. They said they never had these experiences, but the girl is. And I'm like, wow, this is, I guess you really want to fuck me. I guess because you brought this girl. You come back to me, this girl's like, just goddamn, she's like me. You know, it's amazing. It's amazing. He was like, yeah, I would have had a child with you. I said, yeah. And I put, and then I started thinking about that. I'm like, wow, what would they have been like? Like, did I sabotage myself? Like, well, that's supposed to be my damn baby or my man or something? Because this is so weird, the way that happened. That my children have been experiencing things this week. Okay, well, you have to develop them. Then you have to honor it and let them be them. So I told him he does though. He didn't he doesn't discourage her. She's such a sweetheart. I can tell her vibration is so high. She's a higher being in a child's body, and she wants to have the experience. I was so honored um, that he came back and he brought her to me, and it made me start to heal. That was a part of the healing with my wounded inner child. I'm still healing my wounded inner child. I'm healing myself. I spend time with myself every day, and that's why I say I'm not going to try to jump out there in a relationship, because I need to heal myself and be the highest and best version of myself. I'm not gonna. A lot of people make mistakes when they get out of a relationship. They can't deal with themselves. They get lonely. They just hop and hop and hop around, and stuff never works out, and they wonder why. um I'm just like, no, I don't. I want to learn to embrace my wounded inner child. When I was taught to self hate by my mother and look down, and I always thought I was nothing since I was a very little girl. And I remember those things, thank God, because a lot of people have self esteem issues and they don't know why they have them, and they don't remember that they were done that way and abused and had these words said to them and programmed into them. They're in the subconscious mind. They're still down in there. If you start doing regressive meditation and working with yourself and doing your journaling, these things will come back up with your mother, father said, didn't say, whoever treated you, however they treated you, to cause you to have such low self-esteem. You said you deserve love to drip, but thank you. But I pushed him away, and I realize you can't say that someone is too immature, sexually inexperienced and immature, mentally and emotionally immature, because they are younger than you. And you can't say someone is more mature and more solid financially, mentally, emotionally, because they are older than you, or if you're older than your age. Because I had my last relationship with an older person. I was so long that I told y'all about, that it was abusive and a liar and silly and dumb and immature. He could not see the value in me. He couldn't see who I was or what I was. And I always said, this bitch better, this bitch that. And either you act like you couldn't see, and you didn't want to invest in me and develop me, because you were too afraid of my potential, all the talents I have. Because he knew the abilities that I'm showing to y'all. He knew. And whenever it came to somebody else, hey, my friend is sick. Can you tell my friend what's going on? We're gonna meet. We're gonna have lunch. Can you tell him what to tell the doctor to look for? And then his friend, yeah, you was right. The doctor did say he has this condition, that condition. But then when I would say, shit, I know you fucking another bitch, and I believe you married and you fucking lying. Oh, you're crazy. You ain't. That's a lie. You ain't see that. That's not for real. Oh, that's a lie. Whenever it came to me saying some shit about him, it's always a goddamn lie, and I'm crazy, and you got a mental problem, all this shit. And then I found out later on I didn't want to trust myself. I found out just a few years ago that what I said about his motherfucking ass was true. So it's just silly as motherfucking hell and immature. So and this man's like 20 years older than me. So you can't make those decisions, but you can. Like when somebody say you deserve that, well, I ain't feel like I did. And sometimes you could sabotage your love. You can have someone in your life or come think they're this and they're that, and then they don't be shit. You just sabotage yourself with this nothing ass motherfucking waste of a whole bunch of years of your life and a whole bunch of time. And then somebody could be someone that could be good to you. You sabotage that. You talk yourself out of it. You're afraid of it. You want it, but you're too scared of it. And so you find shit wrong with it. I'm not saying it couldn't be wrong. It could be something wrong with it. But you sit there and talk about that shit. Like I talk, and then I see you went over there and fucked another bitch. But I told that boy to go fuck a bitch. You see what I'm saying? I told that boy to go fuck a bitch. You gonna fuck a bitch, get that bitch a girl, and you knew I wanted one, But then I had one let that boy fuck on me though. I wouldn't lay down and let that boy fuck on me. But at the time, I was with the older man, okay, that was dogging me, doing me wrong. So I told him that I knew that, and I said I'm not happy with him. I don't have sex with him anymore, but I'm stuck financially. He jammed me, so I'm doing it out of obligation. We just got an obligation, not love. He was like, "Well, who gonna know?" I know I was stupid. I'm See y'all. I'm telling y'all these things because I be wanting y'all to know. I be telling y'all my past because I know some of y'all done been in this, or you in it, or you're gonna be in it. Okay, please, with a lot of good people, stay with bad people that drain them and use them and bind them so they can't be with nobody else. You do it out of obligation because you made a promise. And promises are made to be broken. When you are in a relationship with someone and they make promises to you and you make promises to them and you make a binding contract, whether it's, even though it's not a marriage contract where you sign it, you still make a contract mentally, emotionally, spiritually, sexually, socially. I'm just with you. I'm just going to be with you. And so you bind spiritually with that person in a destructive demonic contract, but you don't say anything. When contracts are only binding because they're mutual. So you do what you say you're gonna do for me. I do what I say I'm gonna do for you. That person lies to you, cheats on you, humiliates you, abuses you, degrades you. They've broken the agreement. So now you don't have to stay. You're not obligated to stay. And they'll keep reminding you that you say, because he kept reminding me, you said you're gonna do this, you said you're gonna stay, and now you want to leave because I did this and I did that to you, but then kept binding me and wanted to try to destroy me. Somebody's trying to destroy you. Word is not bond because it is not a unilateral contract anymore. So it is not equal. It is not legally binding. Whether it's because word contracts are binding too. Write a contract on a fucking receipt. It can be binding in a court of law. But when it's not two people in minds doing what both people said they're gonna do, it is no longer binding. You don't have to fucking stay. You don't, and then you'll feel guilty because you're a good person. So you keep your word to them, even when they're not keeping their word to you, and you want to be the stand-up guy or the stand-up girl, and you get fucked. And so when you leave because you stayed too long, you wore out your welcome, you overstayed and you overplayed. Okay. Because this motherfucker overplaying their hand on you because they know they treacherous as fuck and they are liar, manipulative and deceptive, and some of them fucking got bipolar disorder or paranoid, goddamn schizophrenic. So they doing you this way and you see this. Now they don't flip the script on you. They're not honoring the contract with you no more. But they know that you're a good person, you have a good heart, and they consider you weak because you're a good person. So you're going to stay with me because you agreed to stay with me, even though I'm fucking you over, even though I'm lying to you, even though I'm robbing you blind, even though I'm jamming you. So you're not staying because you're sexually attracted to me anymore because you want to be with me. You're staying out of obligation because I keep reminding you that you said this, you're going to keep your fucking word. I'm telling you, please do not feel bad about walking away. When somebody lies to you, when they fuck over you, and they keep reminding you that you gave your word, well, they did too. And then they'll know they ain't shit, and they'll know that you deserve better, and they know they don't deserve you. But then they'll put you in a financial bind or a child bind with children, bills, debts, and obligations. So you can't fucking go, even though you miserable as fuck, and they know it. See, and that's when the younger man, came to me, and he was like, what do you need? And I knew he was raised by the type of mother that I was. So she was deep, very emotional, very intuitive, was a boss, was a go-getter, worked everything on her own. She was single. And I knew she gave him a lot of foundation and depth. But still in some areas, I knew the love and sex thing. I knew, that he needed some more experience. And I know that sounds crazy to y'all. Some of y'all probably thinking, you told him to go fuck somebody else and then come back. You told him to get sucked by somebody else and then come back. No, I didn't say one. I said, get a lot of pussy, get a lot of head, get your dick sucked. I said, have a lot of fun. Every bitch you think is fine, besides everyone because I'm not stupid. So he was telling me this. He wasn't hiding it. And I'm like, so I know you're sexually aroused by her, and she is sexy. I know you want to fuck her too. It seems like you want to fuck every goddamn body. You want to fuck me. You want to fuck this bitch, that red bitch, that bitch, that bitch. I see you got this. You got a little. He's a young'un. You're right. I don't think he was a ho like that. That's not what I said. Like a dog. I didn't feel that. But he was young, and I don't think he had enough experience. So I'm the type of person I it was bad, but I didn't want to be cheated on later once we got it, okay? And that doesn't mean you don't find me attractive, but that means you find other bitches attractive too. When you still have this little itching in there and you have that curiosity there. And so I'm like, either we're gonna get to a point where I let you bring bitches home, or I know you're gonna be out a certain amount of nights during the week because you're gonna be fucking a bitch. And he's an entertainer and he's attractive and they all in his face and shit and he got money. So I knew they were gonna be throwing the pussy for free. So either I was gonna deal with that, or I know every few nights when you tell me you're gonna come home and you come home later, you call me, baby, ain't gonna be in. I know you're gonna be with a young bitch or older bitch, whatever, and because you like it don't matter about the chronological age. I'm like, do I want to deal with that in the long run and let him we do group sex in the bed, or I let him go hit a bitch? Do I want to deal with that? No. And I kind of felt like I would deal with that. And he's like, I want to do that. Child. I said, I don't believe you, baby. Because look at what you done brought this little girl. And you turned on me because somebody lied to you and said I did a love spell. You felt what you felt on me on your own. I said, you still goddamn it find me attractive, even though I'm 58. You still like me. He said, I don't give a fuck about that shit. I care about how you look. And you sexy to me still. You fine to me still. I don't care about that shit. And I don't care if I get with you. I wouldn't give a fuck. Nobody know how you are so fucking what. I said, yeah, but I was insecure. So I want to let you sow your wild oat. Just don't come back to me with no disease. Now I can't deal with that. But you can sit and tell me all the pussy you had. Now I'm just a lot of women can't do that. I can do that. I rather you don't belong. Look, don't nobody belong to nobody, okay? And people buying people and jam them and then want to destroy their life if they want to divorce them. They finally get the courage to leave because there's no reason to feel guilty because you made a promise to somebody and they didn't keep their promise to you and they dog you. You miserable. You hate this bitch. You hate this nigga and you suffering and silence, but you feel like I'm doing the right thing because I'm obligated. And I'm telling him, I don't want to do this because I'm in a relationship with someone else. I am not happy, but I had an obligation. And what I'd rather do is tell you the truth. Even men that approached me, I told them the truth. I didn't have sex with them. I said, I got to figure out how to get myself out of this. It's very difficult to get myself out of this. I'm telling you, I don't want to be in this, but he's got me jammed up and I got to figure out since I didn't have no education, no job and shit. All I did was give my life to my show. So many videos of me, so much work I was doing because I wanted to get picked up by a network. It didn't happen. And so I gave all my time, years, just doing that show, writing, directing, perfecting that show, and I wasn't getting paid. But I'm still glad about the body of work I'm doing. Luckily, 20 years ago, y'all still know me. You're still keeping me alive. But that's all I got. So because I didn't invest more in myself, I invested in myself in the sense of giving everything to my craft, showing how that I was created, that I was talented, that I did have value, and everybody said I didn't. Yes, but I didn't have time to do the other parts, invest in other parts so I could get the fuck on. And it still happens, y'all. Things that you know what? I believe that even if you've been fucked over a lot and people slept on you and they never saw your value and they always picked another woman over you, and you always got the short end of the stick, and then they said another woman was better, so they married her, they had children with her, they invested in her life, her education, her what he was doing. And then you know what? If you end up seeing them later, they're miserable because they invested in the wrong one that they said was better than you, more beautiful than you, smarter than you, that might have already had an education, might have already had businesses, might have been more confident, and you weren't because you weren't and you couldn't see your potential. Nobody else saw it and nobody invested in you, and you left with a single baby. You left with nothing. You left with like I was. You left with nobody. You can't see that shit. I kind of think it's meant to be that way, even though it's so wrong and you got so many raw deals and nobody believed in you, nobody respected you, nobody trusted you. It was still allowed by God or whoever. It was still allowed to happen to you. And you at your lowest low, and so much of your life is gone. And you feel like I've lived my whole life and it's been nothing but misery and a hard life and failure. You either decide at that point, are you going to commit suicide? Not just physical suicide and take your physical life, but are you going to do it with sabotage, self-hate? Are you going to be an alcoholic? Are you going to be a sex addict, sleeping with anybody, letting people use you because they say you old, don't nobody want you, so all you got is some old pussy to give them? Are you going to let people do that to you? Are you going to be a drug addict? Are you going to be a drunk? Are you going to just let people use you because you're trying to buy love, you're trying to buy acceptance, and you don't love and respect yourself? Or are you going to see, yeah, I'm 40, yeah, I'm 50, yeah, I'm 65, and nobody wants me, and I might not have nothing to nobody, and my kids don't want me, or I never had no fucking kids, and but I'm still alive and I'm still breathing. Yeah, people laugh at me. Everybody from my past keep bringing up my past. You ain't this, you ain't that, you ain't gonna be that. Or people told a whole bunch of lies on you, and nobody supports you, and your family don't, and your nigga left, and you divorced, and this and that. So what are you gonna do with that? All the bad things. What are you gonna do with that? All the things that coulda, woulda, shoulda. What you gonna do with that? What did you learn from that? Even if nobody with you, are you gonna be with you? Are you gonna fuck with you? Are you gonna finally learn to love and self-respect you? Are you gonna learn to heal your wounds? When nobody sees that you're powerful and you never felt that you were powerful, are you going to realize you are and see what you are made of, what you do have, you have nothing and you nobody, and I'm gonna bet on this bitch instead of you. You always the one that they sleep on and that they pass on and don't and drop, wipe they dick off on you and calm and get the fuck on. That's right, transmute, baby. That's what I had to learn, transmute, because I ain't had nothing good to transmute. I had all the fucked up shit to transmute. You said the white detective in Mississippi have been hanging up on the black people calling down there. Oh wow, it don't matter because it's still going to come out like it's coming out now. If it's meant to be, baby, it's gonna come out because I saw before I got on the phone. Nipsey was showing Nolan legal documents and laws, and they were reading all of these long documents. If it's meant to be justice with this, even though it doesn't happen, I seen yesterday or day before the police done shot and killed another black man in another state. And this is happening and still sharecropping and enslaving black people all around the world. And it's allowed. And but the ones that are supposed to get justice or bring attention to this is going to come out too. That's all we can do is pray, give all, put on the altar, give offerings for him, demand justice, speak out about it like so many people are doing, even white people saying this is wrong and ain't with this shit. And keep putting pressure on them as well as they're continuing to investigate. The mother, the lawyers, man, Crump, and all of them. This is all in divine order. Even when things are out of order and it's allowed, it's still in divine order. It's supposed to be that way. You know what I'm saying? That's the only conclusion I could come to because it happened. The things in my life happened. The things, and then other things didn't happen that I wanted to happen, that I felt should have happened. Or you know what happened to raggedy, rotten bitches? Like I saw my mother, always getting what she wanted, always getting men, and she would do it through treacherous, black magic, lying ways and trick and deceive people, but everything would go her way. And then she'd brag about this stuff, getting away with evil shit. So I really admire you. I am psychic. Do you ever take people to me? Yes, sometimes. Excuse me. Sometimes I do. I have in the past. It didn't end well. You know, it depends. Now at this point, it's a case by case thing. But I'm saying that to you because all I have to give you is a lifetime of pain, but not directly. I tell you my stories, but then you see, I sit with them. I chew the cud like a cow over and over and over and over. And I do beat myself up and I do put myself down something. I do second guess and I do doubt. I just learned not to do it to the point where I'm abusive to myself and then like I used to be and just believe what people say to me, the put downs. The way I do it now, because it then opens up another realm of discussion, I talk to myself. And it opens up, well, why did you say that? Well, why do you feel that way? Well, what did you learn about that? Well, what do you see now? Whatever insights. I question, then I go over that, go over that, go over that. To the point I'm so into my own head and in my own world, I'm not, and plus I'm still healing my body, so I'm not in the street looking for no dick to suck. You know, it would take a certain type of man to be in my face at this point because of where I am in my head with myself. I don't believe those things that the people say. You have to work on yourself to get to that point when that's all you have had your whole fucking life put down, starting with whoever your parents or whoever were the caregivers for you, if the biological mother father was not there. That's why I like to share these things with you, the ones who like to listen and go back and re-listen to me and re-listen to me, and then years later come back and because I don't want it to happen to you, but I know it's going to happen to you or it's already happened to you based on your bloodlines, your childhood, and your experiences. Because you are a teacher like me. Unfortunately, we teach from the bad things. We take the bad and we have to dig so deep because many times we have been in the valley of the shadow of death when we were 5 and 6 years old. And you had to hang on and you had nobody but Jesus or Allah, but whatever the God you had or whatever the spiritual sense of a presence that you could not explain. That's all you had. And you had to run with it because you can't choose the way you born and the circumstances you in. How fucked up they are. And many children do not live to tell the tales that many of us have told. Yeah, you can contact me. I just need your picture, your full name, your birthday, because I'm gonna have to read you. Because I have been betrayed so much. And I know when I have been apprentices to people that wanted to teach me, they did the same thing. They're going to have to do a background on you. They're going to have a counsel on you. They're going to have to do a reading to see who you are and what you are. And might even know your mom and your mom and dad and read their ass. That's what they do to see if this person's supposed to be here under my wing or am I going to have to deal with a problem with this person. Because many of the times, all these people have, every single person that has been around me claim they want to be taught by me. They tried to murder the teacher. They feel like they knew more than me. They're above me. They felt they could take me out, get out in public and try to destroy me. And it never worked out for them. It always backfires on them. As you see with my own son, how it flipped. He didn't want to believe me either. And he's known me longer than you all. Many times you're kind to people that take it for a weakness and they think you're stupid. And then you have to whoop them. You have to whoop them. You say you don't say here and what? Yeah. So I look at all of those and it's very depressing when you think about you are a good person, you are a talented person, there's something special about you, and nobody around you can see it. Your own mother says it's not there. She's special, but you're a whore. You're born to be a whore, and you're 5. Okay, that's my experience. And so, because they want you to go down that path, they want you to curse yourself and believe what they're saying to you, so you'll sabotage and start doing what they say. And I wouldn't give it the satisfaction. I will say one thing. I know I said I wasn't going to be here. Goddamn, why I be talking? Oh, thank you, Kentora. I love that. Why you had to stretch my name out like that? Alexi, why you had to stretch my name out real long like that? Like some people said, drip, DRRRIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIIII I think it's more meaning in it, more feeling in it when you scratch it out. This is one thing I will change that I didn't understand. I got it now. When my mother would say things like that to me, and I'm a very little girl, and she liked to do it in public. She liked to do it. Wow, I just thought about something for y'all that it drill. I love it. Hey, Jocelyn Gold Beauty 2.0. Now don't stretch it out, scratch. Scratch it out. Scratch my name out. Let me know you love me. You know what I'm saying? Don't do extra. Give me some extra and scratch it out. Um, when my mother kept saying that, and then she had another daughter 5 years later, and she would say it to both of us and do it to both of us and physically assault us. I'm not even calling it chastising, spanking. It was assault. She liked to assault her children, and she liked to do it in front of people and laugh and talk about it and feel like she was bad and special and important. But you do that to a child that can't fight you back. It's like a policeman bragging that they beat up a black man, but you know by law the man can't fight you back or he's handcuffed. But you didn't have an even fight with him. You assaulted him. You feel powerful. A lot of police work out and get muscles and then attack black men, and they have to take the beating and they can't defend themselves. And it's another police helping with the shit, but you bad and you bragging that you did this. And it's the same thing when parents do that or caregivers do that to children that cannot fight them back or defend themselves. You try to beat this lie. You're going to be a whore. People are going to use you. And therefore, the time, all my relationships from the past were bad. Like I said yesterday, I did not have trains on me. I never participated in orgies and group sex. I didn't let people do things like that to me. But unfortunately, the one-on-one relationships were all bad. I learned lessons and picked things out of them to help me stay strong and move forward and become the woman I am now. But when people say that or mothers say that to their daughter or their father, it's devastating to the daughter because she knows that you're her mother and she gave birth to you and she came out of you, and damn, you don't see any value in her. All you see is that she's a whore, a nobody that was thrown in the trash like waste. That hits hard. It really hits different when, yes, program, but she didn't do it to me, right? But what I was going to say was, in case some of you all are like me or you think like me, I had to change that thinking. Is that, and she set me up to fail. She set me up to be a stripper and a prostitute and dick sucker, okay, and to be used for sex, just a sex worker, and that's all you are. To seem like dumb, because she put me out with nothing, out of the blue, get out of my house, and she was on the phone telling my grandmother and all these other people, I'm going to put my daughter out. And she stood. This is something that I'm just now, with the breakup of my ex and the way he tried to do it to me, tried to put me on the street. And I had decided to not do what I've always done and what I believed was a righteous thing. Similar to like that scripture, the meek shall inherit the earth, where I believe that if, and my grandmother would say, if you're poor, you're righteous. If you're rich and you're evil, and that's not true. That keeps people poor. That keeps black people poor, believing in that the scripture that way, and to keep you bound up and believing you're gonna get some pie in the sky, and let people fuck over you, let you be a victim, and give your money to the church and believe that that's God and God gonna hear you and God gonna turn everything around because the meek shall inherit the earth, and you turn the other cheek. That shit doesn't work. Like you keep turning around for different dicks. Your whole history is men fucking over you because your daddy left or he fucked over you, or male role models were there, or you weren't allowed to see your father, and your mother was abusive and said you were a whore, because that's probably what she is. Because she took the low road because it's easy. It's quick. You want to suck some dick, you want to sell some pussy, you want to strip, isn't that you get quick money. You want to scam somebody, you want to steal something from somebody. And I understand, being in the third dimension, you need money to survive and to eat. You do what you have to do. I don't down prostitution. You have to, as long as you're not doing with children. I don't condone anything with children. And she's putting that on me. And I think she knew it was a part of me that she couldn't break. She knew my spirit was real strong. And if you say one thing to me, I'm going to do the opposite of this shit. So because I was already conditioned that you're righteous to be in a high negative, because being broke and poor is negative. To live in poverty is negative. Even though they tell you if you're a good person and you working minimum wage and you're struggling, you're a good person and you're righteous because you're good and you're poor. That's not true. Even if you have to be there because you don't have the resources and your family don't have them, and you strive and you better yourself to become a boss. I don't care. I'm not meaning that you have to be independent and work a business. Everybody's not for that. Even if you're a dominant position in the company you work for, you're a strong role model, a mother, a lover, a teacher, and confidant, a protector. You stand upright in what you do. You have honor, and you have intestinal fortitude, and you don't lie, you don't cheat, you don't steal from people. You can still be very successful and be those things, have those virtues. But it's not, I'm telling you right now, I learned that it's not good to be poor. You're not a good person because you're poor and because you're choosing to work hard and scrape and work minimum wage. That doesn't make you good because you don't steal, you don't cheat, you don't sell your pussy, you don't suck dicks. That doesn't make you a good person. Those are good qualities, yes, to not cheat, steal from good people like they've stolen from you, a scam, but you don't keep letting yourself be the trick. You don't say this is righteous and God is going to honor me because I'm good and I struggle work hard and I make minimum wage and people don't use me, but that's okay. And no, you're being self-righteous. You're not being righteous. And you think that that's okay. And people like you. They don't respect you. They think you're a dumb bitch. You're nice and you're harmless and they don't fear you. But even if they do something fucked up, they don't fear you. They don't fear repercussion. And that's not good. Yes, you're a good person. I'm not saying you're not. Yes, you got a good heart and you got a big heart, but it's too big and you're too around evil people because you have no boundaries and you don't know who to be good to. The first person you should preserve and be good to is yourself. If you know you're a good person, you know you don't have no money, you know you don't have no education, you know you had to struggle, you know your family turned against you, you know they left you with babies, you know you got welfare and food stamps. The best thing you can do for yourself and the best person you can be is to get your education and to get around people that can see potential in you and people that are smarter than you, people that see themselves as good people too, but people that arm themselves with education and knowledge and heal themselves and set up boundaries and only listen to people that help them become the best version of themselves. So yeah, you might have to sleep on the floor. Yeah, you might get some food stamp and a welfare check and a SSI, and you might work a minimum wage. But part-time, you study, you're reading, you developing yourself. You find somebody to sponsor you. You find financial aid. You get loans. You get grants. You get organizations that see your potential too, that'll support you or that'll give you scholarships. Because if you're really a good person, you're good to yourself first, and that's what you do. And nobody's gonna teach you to do that. That don't want you to be nothing and want to believe you a whore and got you scraping and scrambling. Even if you gotta sell some pussy, you gotta shake hands, you gotta strip. Okay, I have been to strip club and talked to strippers that said that I'm stripping on the side and don't nobody know it, but I go to spam. You see what I'm saying? Use that shit as a stepping stone to goddamn it flip that shit, even though people say it's evil, use that for good. It ain't nobody motherfucking business. But don't stay there because, and then you're feeling guilty. This wrong. My mama said it wrong. She said I'm gonna be a hoe. She said I'm gonna be a prostitute. Baby, you know what? I hate to say this here, but your pussy is a commodity and your pussy is a pocketbook and your pussy is a bank. So you you got to kind of leverage it sometime, baby. I mean, hey, shit. All these times I was a dumb bitch because I'm not gonna sell my pussy because my mama told me when I was a little girl I was gonna be a hoe. You see what I'm saying? So I didn't leverage my shit. Now I'm not saying that was the right thing to say, but that was the right situation where I should have leveraged my shit because I was sitting on a pocketbook. But then I'm talking to a dumb nigga that come talking about I want to be in a relationship and I'm in love, or I'm trying to be in love and have a boyfriend and have a marriage. I'm hoping I can get married and have me some goddamn children. And then I was picking wrong. And so now I'm gonna fuck somebody that's my man and I'm trying to get married, and then I don't even know what a man and what a woman is and what sex is and what it should be and what it shouldn't be. I was just young and naive and dumb, homeless, living out on the goddamn street. I'm just keeping it real. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to strip. I'm not trying to sell no pussy. No, this shit, I had never sucked a dick. I was a virgin. She put me out at 19, nothing, nobody, wearing clothes and shoes. All I had was what I was, a dirty bitch that stood right in front of me, took my money from me. I said, you just, because I had to pay her husband to put me as a ride on his insurance because I was young and insurance was high. She was rich and had money, didn't give me anything. I had to work I was working a minimum wage the best I could. And I had a little car, had a car note, wouldn't even help me with that. Took me to a buy here, pay here, where I deliberately was jacked up. I didn't know a thing about that. I had a 30% fucking loan on a goddamn raggedy ass car. And I still didn't complain because I was raised with a poverty mentality. For some, my mother and these other women have everything. And they telling you, you just a whore. You're just going to get fucked, or you have to sell your ass to survive. So because I had that high negative, this is unrighteous things to do. But you will do unrighteous things because you're a dumb bitch. Why was I dumb when I'm really not dumb? I didn't have common sense. I didn't have street sense. Didn't have book sense. Didn't have no knowledge because I was deprived. Not because you're dumb. A lot of y'all will think you're dumb, baby. You just uninformed. You don't have access. It's been delayed and been denied from you from a certain period of time because you've been isolated and abused and assaulted by a dirty mama, a fucking daddy, a whole family that did that because they like, if I let this bitch get a taste of knowledge, she's gonna run with it because she's really special, talented, and divine. But I can't tell her that. So they cut off resources. They get the resources, but your mama cut them off from you. She had the street knowledge, the book knowledge. She sold her ass, hustle, boosted clothes. This was a basically scandalous, ruthless bitch at 12 and 13 years old. Me and my daddy, Jackie Wilson, in the hotel sucking dick at 15, goddamn at 16 years old, tricking grown ass men. So you are you are a useless idiot at the time you present. You present as a dumb bitch. And you do dumb shit and you make bad decisions and you don't get judgment because you, as the Bible said, my people perish for a lack of knowledge. Not because you are that, but you will present as that. You will be cloaked in that energy because you have been isolated, underinformed, not exposed to the world, exposed to education, exposed to life. And this bitch won't give you the game. She won't tell you what she went through. She won't tell you what's in the street. She's the whore. And she's gotten her knowledge by doing dangerous shit and scamming and tricking men. My mama was a scammer and a booster. She admitted this. This is her testimony while she was a preacher in her own church. She bragged about it. And then the top dealers and numbers runners in the 50s, 60s, this is what she did. But then you see your daughter and you want her to have that lifestyle when you could protect her from it. You want to push her into it by having her present as a dumb bitch, a divine being, an earth angel with air in her goddamn head because you have delayed and denied her the knowledge of herself and the knowledge of the world and her education. You have not taught, protected, directed, and respected the divine energy in this girl. You want her to sabotage. You want her to self-sabotage. That's what I'm saying. The high negative. I'm trying to say it in a way you understand what I'm saying. So the kind of way I was, I'm still that way, but not in the high negative. It was only one way to me. It was only black or white. It wasn't a gray. It wasn't a compromise because I didn't know no better. So to defy her and to prove her wrong, you're going to be a whore. You're going to be this and that. I'm 5 and 6. I don't know what that is, but a part of me know what it is. And then motherfucking ain't me. And I'll die before that be me. It ain't going to never be me. As I got older, I started to understand because she kept saying it. So when she created an opportunity, do you see what I'm saying? People will dig a ditch for you, and they'll open the door and push you down in the ditch. And they'll create a situation where the only way you're going to get out, bitch, is you do what the fuck I said you do. You do what I done told you since you was a little. You going to do some hoeing, bitch. Because I have taken your car. I have taken your money. With the car I had, but it wasn't paid for. And I had just paid. She let me pay her husband. See how dirty this bitch is, man. And I met so many women after her that's done that to me and tried to take my money, destroy me, and steal from me. So I see the pattern. And now I've cut it, but I had to release the anger. I have to forgive, but I don't forgive in the sense that I would ever deal with her again. I don't care about this bitch. I don't care what she's going through, sick or whatever, because every time I used to go back and treat her when she was sick and use my gifts and my knowledge and create formulas for her, she would get well and give me her ass to kiss. I'm a whore, I'm a bitch, or you're dumb, all this stuff. No, I'm done. But what I do now, I have created a body of knowledge, a cataloged all of it and got the information because I realized my mother's never going to change. I can never get another mother. You can only be born one time, have one biological mother. I can never get a mother figure. And now I don't look for them. That would get me hurt too, trying to look for her. You're looking for your mother and you want them to love you and respect you. Or you're looking for your mother. So you still have a subconscious connection, hurt, pain to what she did and what she didn't do, what she taught you and what she didn't teach you. So you keep saying, I want my mama. That little girl, I want my mommy. I want my mommy. I'm longing for my mommy. And then you keep running into a bitch that'll say that'll be your surrogate mother that violates you like your birth mother did. And you don't understand why she did that because you don't understand that a part of your subconscious mind is still begging for, still looking for. So you still get her until you let her go, until you forgive her and you let her go. And when you forgive her, like I said, the betrayals, I ain't forgot you, bitch. I still see you, bitch. That I am not like other people that forgive. The way they tell you them false teachers of Jesus to forgive me, you go back and let them stab you deeper this time. That's not the way I'm forgive. I don't fuck with you. Because now I know what I am. I know who I am that you didn't want me to know. Why would I expose myself to you, bitch? You poison. You're a female. You're a treacherous ass female that happened to be a biological mother. That's it and that's all. You're not coming back around me. Nobody gonna do that no more. That's not what forgiving is. You also forgive yourself, but it's also like you stop transgressing and committing sin against yourself. Anybody that sin against you and try to destroy you, transgress against you, and you forgive them, and you open it back up. Now you are sinning against yourself. You deserve what the fuck you get. And they ain't gonna change. This bitch been like that since they cut me out of her ass. Huh? You forgive the ignorance that you have and the false knowledge that you have received that appears as truth that said, let your enemy stab you. Because that's what the fuck this is. And you let other people do that shit. You let your lovers that stick dicks in you do that shit. No matter hurt me, I never let my baby daddy come back. That's a lie that people tell. Well, once you had a baby by a man, especially if you're a virgin and he was with you and you got a baby by him, he can always come back. No, you can't. Not here. Not according to the rules of Alexis K. Tyler. / used to be Tia Wilson, to legal name change. Neither one of them. And I was dumb then. I was green then. You don't come back up in here. No matter how it hurt me, no matter how I feel like my vagina quiver for you, you can't come back here. Y'all have to learn that shit. When a nigga fuck you over and he leave you, if you leave him, do not go back. What I learned, I overstayed my fuckum. With my ex, I knew for 20 years and dealt with the abuse and shit and being jammed up and sabotaged by him for so long. A nigga sabotage you, and I know it's hard for you. I learned the first time he do it, he tried to cut your throat and drown you. Literally like an alligator. Is it a crocodile or alligator? You get in that water, you're not getting out if you dance toe to toe with them. You go head to head with them because they're predators and they already know I only play to win, bitch. They're going to take you, snatch your ass under, grab you, spin you, drown you. They're going to get your ass by the jugular, drown, take you, spin you, disorient you in that water real fast. Drag that ass and you're gone. Now, you lucky if you get away from one of them, but not if they drag that ass under. Latch on, and it's a wrap. Put you in that death hole, spin that ass. And then consume your ass until they buddies to come and get a little bit. They sister, they baby mama, damn it, and the children. Somebody does you way, no matter how much you think you in love and how much, where you gonna stay, because they paid the house note, they paid the rent on the apartment, and you got to go to a shelter. Baby, the best way to do is take your regular ass on. Huh? And like regular Ann and the doll you like, and one of the damn playmates done broke their damn arm off and pulled their hair out. Baby, put some goddamn sulfur 8 on that motherfucker and some herb and grow that hair back and stitch your arm and shit back together, goddamn it, and leave their ass alone. Because they have already showed you that's your enemy or your frenemy or your lover / person that love and hate you and want to take you down, and they're going to finish it every time you go back because they're going to resent the fact that you cut them off or you cut the pussy off or you left. When you with a nigga and the nigga tell you, or if you with a bitch, talking to men too, a lot of men are stupid for bitches that abuse them and they take it because they made an obligation. Bitch ain't shit. She take you for granted, and she know no matter what, she gonna get your check. You gonna take them kids. You gonna pay them mortgage. All she doing use you for money, while she probably fucking a young nigga on the side or one of your friends that set your fucking ass up. When I got with my ex, and he promised me we're gonna do this together. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna be with you. I'm gonna build a business. I'm gonna help you. You're gonna throw rocks at them niggas you used to be with. You know, it's gonna be this. It's gonna be that. Another man told me, and I told him, he got mad because the man told him, but I knew he was a punk because he wouldn't confront the man. And this was a wild ass, hot ass Sagittarius nigga like me. So I know how they is. They just gonna, feel what they feel and feel it in their ass. You know how a lot of them can be. Them fire signs and shit. Do what they want to do. Say what the fuck they want to say and sit there and fight you about that shit in the street. And the dumpster had butt naked. That had some Sagittarius niggas, they wild and shit. They wild and whorish. So they settle down. Here's something to tell you like this. This nigga lying to you. And you need to leave him and find you somebody better. He was dating my sister at the time. So when no nigga I was dating, he was, I'm gonna tell, because I asked him. And he was like, I'm going to tell you straight up. You can tell him that motherfucking said. He said, because I'm a nigga. I know. I'm a man. I know how men think. He said, I'm going to tell you like this. If this nigga didn't do, and he was younger than him, he said, if this nigga didn't do what he said he was going to do for you in the first 2 to 3 years that y'all were together, the nigga ain't going to motherfucking do it. And I think when he said to me, we was maybe on the 5th or 6th year of being together, he said he's not going to do it. And baby, I'm sitting here to tell y'all 20 years later, the nigga never fucking did it. And I told him, he was like, he lying. He don't know. He need to stay out of my business. You start telling people my business. I was a man. And I was asking older women that had been done like that too by their legal husbands they were married to, that they had to fight them to keep the house because the nigga turned on them, tried to put them in the street with nothing. Like he tried me. And she said, he's lying to you. And I would go back and tell him. And you know what? Some of y'all, that's what I was young in the mind. You can't go back and tell no nigga everything everybody told you about them. They're going to deny the shit. But the ultimate denial for a nigga to say everybody lying for you is to do what they said. First of all, do not what they said you weren't gonna do, but nigga, do what the fuck you said you're gonna do, because you said it first, and it was between me and us. And I took it outside and asked other niggas because you're a fucking lying ass motherfucker. See, so do what you said you're gonna do, not do what they said that you're not gonna do. Do what the fuck you said you was gonna do. But I believe in myself because my spirit kept saying he's not gonna do it. And back then, I really wasn't trusting my reasons, my intuition, and didn't like and respect me. So I would go ask other readers. And even if them readers was like, this nigga's lying to you. This nigga's not going to do this. And I'm asking him. And I keep asking him because I'm going to believe, trust me, keep them out your bin. They just hating on you. They make I do this for you, that for you. They ain't got no nigga doing that, doing it for them. I'm gonna do okay. And it got to the point, like I said, where he didn't do it because I had a pussy and a dick standoff. See, sometimes you have to have pussy and dick standoff and cut off the motherfucker where you cut the power off, cut the electricity off, where you get that past due bill from electricity company, from the water company, shit. The trash. You have to do a cutoff notice on the nigga because you still fucking them, sucking them, cooking for them, cleaning for them, massaging their toes, getting them a Chinese manicure, give them a mani pedi and some head. Get up from doing that and doing all your relationship duties and your wifely duties that they told you agreed to do, you promised them to do. They are reneging on their promises to you. You're a dumb bitch. You're a dumb bitch. A dumb bitch. I know because I lived it. The nicer and the kinder. See, you are the mother of Teresa of pussy slanging and dick sucking. Your mother Teresa. You overdo, you overbearing, you like the Virgin Mary, you go in there to the priest, God for Jesus forgive all sin, and you keep they asking for forgiveness, you doing your penance, you taking your wafer cracker and your communion wine, and you forgive all this nigga sin, and this nigga sinning in your mouth and your esophagus, pharynx, larynx, and trachea, coming on your high yard bone, sinning against your behind, because you done let him have the back door. You done let him have the front door. He jacking it between your titties, nipple, and your toe. You done sat here and you done gave him what you should say for your husband. That's my grandmama told me. See, that's why I never let men hit every hole in my body with all kind of thick, long dicks. Because my grandmama said some stuff you should say for your husband. She said, and put your feet and ankles to your head and ears. Don't let nobody slam up with you with big and long and thick and slam your head up against the headboard. But your husband. Now, usually they can tell you've been strangled or choked or something, asphyxiated when the high yard broke. Y'all got niggas breaking y'all high yard bone with dicks. You see what I'm saying? Breaking it down. Oh, wait a minute. Here's the rundown. Medical, maintaining justice. How much she just gave the whole medical rundown. Yep. Pussy, dick, nuts, and head. That's why I told him when I looked at Nipsey, that shit shot was skinny. And he said, look down. I said, you got all that? And I said, oh, shit, I wanted to talk to you, but I'm glad I didn't. I asked them young girls that told me they've been with. I said, how y'all take all that call? He would have sent me to the ER. ER. He would have sent me to the. I said, well, I'm glad I didn't goddamn send that to you, God. You would have sent me to the hospital because I'm not used to stuff like this here. And when I met younger men, that's why I would avoid younger men. Tell them give me an old nigga, was settled. I ain't had to deal with all that because whenever younger men, they thought it was cute, and I meet them and go out with them. Yeah, they asked me to take the Pepsi Chandler, baby. I stopped drinking Pepsi because I know I can't take all that. And they, you have to ease into that. And when somebody would tell me that, I go on a date with them. I was serious. I thought I was lying when I did that a long time ago with my mother. And she said, you asked him? I said, yes, I asked him, do you have a big dick? Because they said, oh, yeah, and it's 10 and it's long. I'm asking them at dinner. We just met because I know that's the last supper that we're going to have. We're not getting into bed. Because I remember what my grandmama said. I couldn't even have my baby because of what my grandmama said. I was having, when my son's daddy got me pregnant, that was the first man I had been with. That was the first time I had been pregnant. He didn't come around. I didn't beg him to come around. I'm 5'2". So I was over 200 pounds. I looked like a fucking, I don't know what the fuck I looked like. I waddled when I walked. I was so goddamn big. Everything was swollen. Everything was leaking on me. I'm just juicy and I'm huge and I'm depressed and I'm sad and I'm eating. I didn't screw niggas. And then my midwives kept warning me. They were like, are you having sex? I said, no, you need to have sex and you need to stop eating so much because you're so big. They actually gave me an ultrasound. Are you having twins? They were like, no, you're eating too much. It's just one baby there. you're eating so much, you're short, you're overweight, you're not having sex, you're not gonna be able to push that baby out. You're not gonna be able to have that baby. And I was like, yeah, whatever. Girl, wait a minute. Business talking about a guy pulled out an entire tree trunk on me one night. Girl, I have someone pull on me. And I said, it was nice to meet you, but you would cause me to get either go to the ER or cause me to get a complete hysterectomy behind that. And he was like, oh, the women, I still can't get rid of them because they fall in. They say that too. And then they get it and they fall in love with it. They fall in love with me. I can't get rid of them. I said, you need to call one of them because I'm gone. I'm out. And I did not do, baby. I did not take the Pepsi challenge. I've seen all that. And he was great, proud of it. Because, you know, a lot of women love big dicks like gay men love big dicks. I'm telling you, but this here looked totally abnormal. I don't think it was 10. It might have been 12. And they think every woman loves that. I don't. That's not my fantasy. I have not lived my life taking down or letting them take me down. Big, thick, retarded dicks. That's a retarded, deranged dick from the pits of hell. Now, I have talked to married women who got married, so their husbands was built like that, and they learned to adjust because it was their husbands. But sometimes they say they would have to go, their husband had to take them to the doctor. See, that's what I'm talking about. Your husband go with you because he did that thing to you. He beat that thing out and scratched that thing out and got jammed. What some married women told me was that they put the penis in the vagina. The penis is not just wide, but it's long, and they're close built like me. So they hit the cervix, but then they go, you know, further up there. It's pleasurable to them. They love their husband, and the husband's not trying to hurt them, but no matter how slow he goes, he's too long for their vagina. And when he goes up in it, they say he dislocated. They got them it, uterus and bladder. Got them it now. Shit. So it was so painful. They had a problem peeing and shit. And it was hopping. They husband took them to the doctor, and the doctor would have to relocate the uterus and the bowels, like pull it down and adjust it because this nigga done dislocated and it ran all the way up in them into the nuts. Pulled it all the way down, balls deep in them. But Sharon told me, please don't relocate my organs. Please don't relocate my organs. He relocated, rearranged, dislocated the inside. You know that you're going to be hopping because it's going to be hurting. Your bladder kind of jacked up and that pee building up in it. And you got a hard time peeing and painful peeing. And I said, so was it okay? She said, yeah. Once the doctor would, you know, readjust it because the husband was there. That's what your husband's supposed to do. And they explained to the doctor, I have a large penis. My penis is very long and she is close built and she doesn't see. Some women have longer vaginas and some women have shorter vaginas. You know, they're saying Mantak Chia spoke about it and wrote about it, saying in Asian literature, you can look at a woman's shape of her face, her eyes, her nose, and her lips to determine if she has a short vagina or long vagina. So you can fit the right pussy to the right dick. Well, to me, what's right is what you're sexually attracted to. You like each other, so you learn, if you can, to adjust. So there's pleasure for both people. But sometimes if that man is too long for you and wide for you, but you love each other and you're together and you're married, you learn to adjust. And just sometimes if he, you know, reconstruct or renovate your ass, then you just have to go to the doctor, and they just, once the doctor know what's going on, oh, okay, so I have to see her every so often just to adjust everything. She didn't have no diseases or nothing. I think they had 3 healthy children. It was just the way her body her body was designed. If she got somebody with a smaller penis, a shorter penis, it wouldn't be that. But they happen to love each other and be attracted to each other. And so it happens. But I didn't want that to happen to me. I started cringing when she told it to me. And I was like, I don't have those. I'm a single woman, never been married, but I don't have those experiences. I've never had to go to the hospital for that. I've never had to be um, adjusted because I ask men up front. And they're going to tell you because so many women are turned out on it and they chase and harass men once they have sex with them that are built like that. Um, they're gonna brag and tell you. So and they're not used to that. They're like, what? Huh? I think I heard Carly Red, the actress, the girl that play on Love and Hip Hop. She said she didn't like real big, long men like that. And I said, oh, finally somebody is saying what I'm saying. I can be if it's a comfortable size fit my body, I'm happy. But overly like that, that's a lie. Men think that all women feel that way, and we don't. That's when I was saying, and a lot of y'all know what I'm saying. A lot of y'all women are my age are coming up, getting older, and they'll why these black women, these older black women, they ain't nothing, they ain't got no value. What you want to fuck on them? They've been ran through everybody. Fuck. No, you're talking about a certain group of older women because all of us don't do that. Because I started practicing this a long time ago, reserving from sex during celibacy unless I'm in a relationship, and even the relationships not working, my pussy go on strike. I go on strike. I shut it down. They get the shut off notice, the past due notice. You don't keep your word to me, I'm not keeping my word to you. So you'll think because a woman is dating, and it does happen a lot. I'm not saying there's a lot of promiscuous wild ass women making up for lost time that they didn't get. I don't want to do that. It just is what it is. And I'm glad I don't. That's why y'all always hear me say, if I'm this and I'm that, and I see these people writing this about me and saying this about me, just bring it forward and make it public. You like to make it public. Speaking of that, let me go back to what I said earlier. When I said my mother liked to embarrass me as a little bitty baby, 5, 6 years old, and say I was gonna be a prostitute because of my zodiac. She just knows that because you're my mother, you don't know shit. And now look at my life. I've noticed that when people attack me and do dirty shit to me, and I sense it and I pick up on it and I cut them off and then expose them, they want to then tell sexual lies in public. They always want an audience. I'm saying that to say to you, watch patterns in your life, okay? Look at the childhood and where it started and why you have insecurities and issues now. Go it always. If you study your childhood and you learn to know yourself above anybody else, nobody can play on you, first of all. Because you know yourself, you know your weaknesses, you know what you will, you know what you won't do. And if you weak for certain niggas or certain bitches, you gonna stay in certain situations. So if you get it, you don't get yourself the fuck out of certain situations. Because you realize what happened to you. I was always humiliated and publicly degraded in front of an audience, and family would always come around and form a crowd, and it was always adults. It wasn't kids, it was adults. And it made me feel like she was right in what she was saying because the adults sitting there would co-sign this shit. That's why one of the reasons why I am the way I am. I say what I want to say, I mean what I say, and I stand on it. And if anybody attacks me in public, you see that I don't run. Even though it may be painful and embarrassing, I don't cower. I'll be like, yeah, y'all, they said I was over there. I was sucking some dick. Okay, I sucked it. You know what I'm saying? Or I did you a motherfucking lie and put the proof out. Either way, I don't want to say that I sucked goddamn, but I don't want to tell y'all that I was sucking on it, but I was sucking on some mudroom tip. But if somebody said I did it, and I know that I really did, why you had to say I'm okay, y'all. I was over there. I didn't suck it. I might have touched it. I didn't all the way suck it like they said I all the way, but I kind of like did the shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I suck. No, I didn't suck. Yeah, I suck. No, okay. Why? I didn't suck it, but well, I didn't suck it. Fuck it. Okay, I suck. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to say it to y'all, but goddamn it, I mean, if they come. What you say, Ebony? Ebony Love, 2043. You say your story with your mom and family is so similar to mine. And shaking my head, the pressure they put on me. Oh my God, you feel like you're gonna die because they put a pressure on a baby. They put a mountain on a baby, which shows how tough and strong you are and how you're above them. If you're talking to me, I already said no. The last person I dealt with was my son. That was it. But yeah, what I was saying was, you see, that followed me, and it follows a lot of people. A lot of people will not be in the public, or they will be in the public anonymously because they have been ridiculed and shamed about something they didn't even do as children, the same way I was. I'm sorry, swim. I ain't mean it. You know what I'm saying? I'm dead ass serious about this shit. But what can I do, goddammit? With the type of person I am, to survive and not go crazy and not be high all the time and on meds and shit, is I have to make a joke about the shit. Because I would not, I'm like Tupac. He says, well, I think the song Smile. He says, sometimes so shit so bad, you got to have a sense of humor to get past it. You know, that's the only way I could survive it, because I ain't have nobody to love me or comfort me. I just had myself. And you ought to see, if you went through that and you didn't know how you was going to survive, but you stayed alive and you kept moving, even though you were depressed and heartbroken, and you see you're still breathing, talking to me right now in 2026. You're stronger than all of them. I realize circles of things. So instead of being in the public and getting embarrassed about what people laugh and say about me, I embrace it. And if it's true, I'm like, well, you know what? They are right. I don't know this. I don't know that. I don't have a degree. Yep. And so what? Still a bad bitch. That's why I work. And in my own way, nobody, like I told you, and I've said that before, like I said yesterday, nobody would give me a job. Nobody would give me a chance. Nobody believed in me. Everywhere I went, they said no. Every man I got with, they said I wasn't enough. And somebody else was better because they have this degree, because they have this money, because they have this car, because they have this house. I'm not going to bet on you. I will screw you though, because you look good to me. I'm attracted to you sexually, but I don't like you. I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be your friend. I just want my dick to be your friend, just for the time I feel like I'm going to do that. You see what I'm saying? And a lot of people, I had to say no. Well, then you met me, and I lived in a boarded up building, or I might have been on welfare. Okay, well then leave me in a boarded up building and welfare. You're not finna fuck on me over here, because you just said I wasn't enough. So you're gonna leave me how you found me, and you're gonna leave me more damaged than you found me. And I would say no to people, and it was very depressing, because no man believed in me. They act like they did at first. And then that's a mind game too. That's a way to devalue you so you can let them fuck on you and use you and not give you nothing. Because this is what I understand. I have seen this happen. I have seen fat women with stretch marks everywhere, not that cute. And men found them with 3 kids, met them, was married, started fucking on them, fell in love with them, and they might have been on Section 8 and food stamps, started taking care of them, and want to leave home because they wasn't happy anyway. So please don't let anybody tell you you're not good enough, but you're good enough to fuck. Or tell you, well, I got children to take care of, I'm not making that much, or they come to you with hard luck stories. They already know you in a hard luck position, but then, okay, they got a lot of bills, they having a hard time, they having hard luck, but they got a hard dick in their ass. You see what I'm saying? I got a hard dick I want to give you, and I want you to massage my mudroom tip with some grease. Now, the pockets is hard, it's hard time. Everything hard on this nigga, goddamn it. So he basically let you know that he don't give a fuck about you. You are not an investment for him, because everything is hard on him. God damn it, I mean, shit is hard on you, but he wants you to share the resources you got, that apartment you got, the water on this house. You managed to keep it on. Yeah, but it got to have some grease on the tip. So you can massage it and stimulate it with your lip. You see what I'm saying? That mushroom tip. Now you manage. It might not be much, but you manage to keep your lights on. You manage to keep your baby fed. You might manage to keep your heat on, your air conditioner. You get your little subsidy check and shit. You go to the grocery store. It might not be a lot, but you got you take. You know how we had to do. Goddamn, a lot of us. We had to make a way out of no way. So it might not be that much, but it's warm when he coming now. In the wintertime, he get to take his skull cap off his head, take the skull cap off his nut, got them pull Mr. Jimmy out of his draw, and he Jimmy hard. You know, told you it was hard for him to get some gas to come over there to go in your ass. But you got some eggs and cheese and grits in now with some butter and salt and pepper on them. You can feed your baby, and the baby in the high chair eating. That mom. Now ain't your daddy, little nigga. Now take him upstairs and put some cotton on and some nursery rhyme. Cause I want you to sing some nursery rhyme and Mary had a little lamb and let me goddamn ram this grease and jam in your ass down here. Now they coming in and enjoy your air that you got on HUD and Section 8 where you get to pay $35 and $50 a month for rent, and you get your wig and the baby get the peanut butter and the peanuts and the coming in with some peanuts in some hard peen and some nuts. Peen and nuts in your ass. Honey, Sesame Street. Babe up there looking at that stinking looking cartoon character coming out that living that trash can on Sesame Street while he giving you trash can dick. Like that. Get up. He done got put his peen and got his nut and his peanut. His ass up. Get some tissue paper towel. Wipe his ass. Don't even go in there and wash it. Wipe his ass off one of your paper towel. One of them cheap toilet tissue. You know that cheap toilet tissue. It's not that 2 or 3 layer toilet tissue. Goddamn. Yeah, they looking at stinking ass Oscar up there in that trash can. Right? He giving her some trash can peen. You see what I'm saying? And then she got that cheap, that project toilet tissue. You know how we done all been there. Goddamn, you go get it at Kmart up there at the gas station. That cheap toilet tissue. You roll it off and it tear up real quick. Or got that linen, knot it all up and gather all up and shit. Wipe his ass with that. Then go back home. You see what I'm saying? Why don't, I'm telling you right now. You know what? I need to do a series called Signs of a Dumb Bitch. The 10 Commandments of a Dumb Bitch. Okay? That one. What'd you say? That one ply tissue. Now we done came up. Well, we're moving on up. Now I can get me some 2-ply, 3-ply tissue. I can get some now more sturdy and some paper towel. Real thin air paper towel up them project. Yep, you got to wrap your hand a whole bunch of wraps around your hand like a mummy. Just roll the toilet tissue to get you a grip on it because it's just like one ply. So we don't have to do that no more. Then them niggas will come in there and see you like that and tell you they live in a house, they married, they not happy. They got these bills to pay, they can't get out of them. So all their money going to that. Nigga come over there clean, got some nice outfit, got him a car. You ain't got no car. You on the bus. You ain't got no job. You ain't got no husband, but you still managing to keep everything going, even though it's on the low class level that you living in. You know what I'm saying? And he'll come tell you that. And a lot of women sit there and fuck on them. What I'm telling you is, dumb bitch. Because you were like, well, how do I get a good boyfriend to love me? How do I get a fiance? How do I get a husband? Not like that, bitch. You will get a husband that you're fucking and you on your knees doing it with no hands. Like they like ghetto bitches and hot sissies to do, trannies. Where you see them on porn tapes and shit, sucking dick in a stairwell on their knees with no hands. You will get a husband like that. Let me take that back. You will get another bitch's husband to sneak over there and do that to you and tell her, he got to go get some gas at the gas station. He forgot, or he got to pick up some cigarettes and shit and a can of beer. You will get someone else's husband to come over there and to clear your sinuses out and to remove all the mucus and shit out of your throat when you got the flu or you got a cold. Because they're gonna down to all of your throat bones and in your neck. They're gonna remove that neck. They're gonna lift that neck up and ghetto gag you to the point where it's coming out of your nose. Yes, let me take that back. You will experience the sexual end slutted out as if you're married because it'll be someone else's husband. You will not get your own husband, and anybody, any man and woman can come in here and tell me that I'm lying. You could get anybody's husband, but he will not leave home and marry you, and you will not meet your own when you are dealing with a man you already living like Annie. You living a hard not life, or you could be working and making money and be educated. There's a lot of educated women with money that are alone playing with their toys, a nigga coming in and running through them because they're just using them to screw them because they lonely. They don't get married either because this man is coming to you at a deficit or making excuses, or you know the nigga young and dumb and ain't got no money, ain't got his shit together. And women with money will fuck them because usually if you fucking black people and you been stuck in the black community, many times there's a lot of women that are men that are out of your league. They are not making that type of money unless you dating outside your race. You have a smaller pool of men that are going to have as much education, as much money as you to match you head to head. So then these men, some of these women only want black men. They don't want a white man. Don't want to date outside their race. So they will settle for a man that ain't did what she's done. You know, a lot of black women, they want to talk about black women, they ain't this and that. But a lot of black women will go and get 1 degree. Oh, fuck them, I'm gonna get my master's. Oh, fuck them, I'm gonna get my PhD. You're gonna get another degree, another degree, another. When you say they ain't nothing, black women keep stepping up. So many of them are overly qualified, overly educated, but they don't have a lot of men. You see what I'm saying? Or the men are taken, or they don't want a black woman. They have issues, but when you really get as far as percentage, I don't know the exact percentage. Y'all can tell them to me. Correct me if I'm wrong. Black women don't have the same advantages that a white woman would have exposed to of wealthy men on their level. And a lot of them marry women that are not as educated. They might just marry a woman because they want her to be married to her and stay home and be the wife and be the mother. It's not a prerequisite for many people of different races. But then they'll attack black women because they don't want to date a bus driver, but she has a PhD in something. But she's not going to find a lot of black men in the black community to match her. It's a smaller pool of them. So she has a more difficult time. So many of them sell out and they just fuck on niggas. They have niggas come in and out of the house to service them. The maintenance man. When they get to that level. So it can be that level where you have nothing, but it can also hurt black women when they have everything. Because they spent their young life going to school and working and they've gotten older. A lot of men don't want them and they have no children. And it's possible to have them older, but it's harder. And a lot of them don't want to go through it. Or the man think it's impossible because they believe what everybody says. So you have those issues. What I'm going to tell you is, if you're a woman and you have nothing and you've been left with nothing and you're dating and you letting men come to the house, so I would say don't let them come to the house. God, let me get off this phone. I said I wasn't going to be here this long. I went here because I feel like you need to hear it. And I need to tell it. And I needed to hear it. And I need to learn it. I say it over to myself. Because these are the games I don't play. If a man is constantly telling you about his bills, he's telling you about his job, he's telling you he down bad in his ass, and in the back, his back, he got a catch in his back, a problem with his leg and shit, it's because he don't want to give you nothing. He don't want to do shit for you. But you let him screw. You feel sorry for him. And I'm telling you, don't do no pity fucks. You're not doing yourself a favor. Well, he gonna like me. He gonna see I'm a down ass bitch. He gonna see I'm a rider. He gonna see that I'm gonna be here no matter what. No, he sees you're dumb, desperate. That's how he sees you. Now, I'm not saying that's how you are. Because I know that's not how I was when men wouldn't take a bet on me and wouldn't chance on me, and so I let them go. I'm not gonna sit you let you play with me, knowing you already told me it's not a future for us. I don't care how lonely I am. I'll play my own pussy if I let you do that. Men will tell you that because they don't want to invest in you. Now, if it's any real niggas that's listening, because I know how y'all are. I know y'all sneaky, and I know y'all listening. Will you tell me that I'm lying or that I'm wrong? They'll play. That's when they trying to let you know. Don't ask, bitch. Don't ask me for no money. Cause I ain't got nothing but hard dick and bubble gum. And bitch, I'm fresh out of motherfucking juicy fruit and spearmint and goddamn bubble gum, bitch. That's why they say that shit. And you think you doing a good thing. I'm gonna be a good woman, I'll be a good girl, and he gonna come to me. And when he get it, he gonna no, usually when he gets settlements and stuff, he give it to his wife or whoever the fuck else that is letting him be a man. I'm saying, no, nigga. Nigga, give me me. You wanna do this? Then nigga, I wanna do this when I clap my pocket and look in the pocketbook. And when all the juice come running down my leg, out my ass, and I gotta go in there and douche and take a bath, I know that I'm well taken care of. I know you're gonna have my back. Now, if you want to call that tricking and treating, that's fine. But if you married, you still is a wedding band on. You's a whore with a wedding band on because you still must perform your holy duties now. You still must perform your wifely duties, and you not supposed to tell your nigga no. You said business, K5Q, you're not wrong. Watching my male friends has taught me a PhD. You see what I'm saying? See, that's what I was telling y'all yesterday, how them men would dog me out when I first came out and for years dog me out and selling shit and all this. I didn't know until all these years have passed. I started reading these comments with these up of me. And they're complimenting me, men and women. And they're like, I love her. She make me laugh, but she for real though. She the truth. Damn sure do. I'm a man. Damn sure do. And I'm like, wow, I thought they hated me. You know, and they wasn't talking to me. Oh, fuck, this bitch, she talked to me. She's telling the game. She's getting these bitches the game. How the fuck she know? She ain't no man. Cause I lived it. Through all that pain and that crying and snotting that night and sitting here talking to myself, I figured it out. And I knew that baby you have is also a whore. And if she's a good wife, she's a whore. Not a hoe, a whore. The best wife a man can have is an ex-whore. A master dick sucker that is only doing that to him and for him, if that's what he wants. I'm you know what, let me shut the fuck up because I know somebody young is probably over here listening. And what I was told, you should be a virgin before you get married. And what I will say is, if you want to be a virgin, you be a virgin. Get a man that knows how to treat you and to teach you how to be a master lover to him and with him, or you get another virgin and y'all learn together with each other. But what I have noticed is some people, they have married young and they was a virgin and they never been with nobody. A lot of them become whores because they feel like they missed something and they start taking that man for granted and that sacred, beautiful, isolated, wonderful life without no drama, no crime, no pain. They then want to be ghetto gagged. A lot of that's why you'll see them white housewives that's been taken care of, have a good life, and they ain't got to worry about a goddamn thing. Down there with damn Tutu and Baby them on their knees, sucking crack and sucking 5 dicks for nothing but some good ghetto fucking. You see what I'm saying? And you be like, why would you want that? We done been around it. We don't even want that. We want a husband like what you got. Or black women that I've seen black women, they husband love the ground they walk on and cherish them, and they don't be cute and fine either. Got children, been together 20, 30 years, and then they get up and go find a conscious nigga, a science nigga, a nigga that's a backbreaker, okay? A bricklayer, a pussy taker, and a goddamn dick slinger. You see what I'm saying? All those levels of the maintenance man, the plumber, and the electrician that you should be. He got his license in the shit. They experience that, and their husband is not that. See, sometimes that's why when you see somebody, I didn't want to accept this, but I'm telling you it's true. When you see a man and he turn you on and he's sexy like your baby daddy or any other nigga that's hurt you, that is not the man that you should try to have a long-term relationship with or marry. A lot of y'all, including me in the past, you will look past the four-eyed nigga, the nerd, the tech geek, the wear them polyester pants and them bell bottom with them thick heel rubber shoes, and will go to Morehouse and will go to Harvard. Hmm. Will spend all his time reading and developing. He's not really what you call sexy. He doesn't turn you on. Nobody's paying him no attention. He wasn't the football star in high school. And you don't want him. Now, a lot of times I've seen niggas like that, they become sexy when they get bossed up. You know, their attitude change. They still might be a little nerdy and shit. They don't fuck everybody. They don't make it rain at the script club and all that. But them niggas be bossed up. You don't want them because they're boring to you. They easy. You want the fly ass. Now, I have seen, now you can be both. A nigga can have that street sense. He can be a gangster and a gentleman. And he can still not fuck everybody. And he had that swag on him. And he's a geek at the same time. You can have both. He don't have to look like Steve Urkel. But many times y'all see a nigga already fly and bossed up, and he's a dog, and he's a hoe, and he know that he's fly, he know he bossed up, and he know everybody, and he will not commit. A lot of times men can be older hoes and still get them a young bitch because that's what society accepts. But you can't do it. But you can. But you're going to get beat up because you do it. You have to learn when you are extremely turned on by somebody, you have to run from them. You have to think because you're not thinking with your top head. You're thinking with your bottom head. And you'll end up getting hurt every time. Meeting somebody that turns you on that you don't know and you start fucking on them because you can't help it. You get in close quarters with them. You invite them to your house. They invite you to their house. You go into concerts. They romancing you. You're in the car with them by yourself. You have to rebuke that demon. You have to rebuke that spirit because it's going to lead you to damnation and ruination, to ruin. That's it's hard. I know, because you want somebody attractive and turn on to you. But you got to test him. You should have him in the dating pool. I'm not saying don't have him in the dating pool, but you also need to open it up to other people to date that you would not, that's not your type. Sometimes you fall in love with somebody and saying it's an ideal for you that's not your type. Because many times you're going on lust. You look at your own lust and your own physical characteristics, and that doesn't mean it's going to be your husband or your long-term boyfriend. I think it's okay for other women to date a younger man because they do it to us. You should have what you want. There's nothing wrong with dating. Well, you know what? I would say even if he has fucked up credit, you might have fucked up credit and you meet someone. Do you want them to turn you down because you got fucked up credit? Especially you done been with somebody that fucked you over like what I went through and you have to start over with nothing. It depends on the circumstances and the person. And do you have a plan? How are you righting that wrong? Because it's men that don't care about that and that will get with you and help you fix it. You have to, if somebody makes all those criteria and one size fits all, and they have a list and instead of getting to know you and your individual circumstance, and they willing to turn on you just because of that, you don't want them anyway. And they really don't want you because they don't know you and they're not willing to get to know you on a case by case basis. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, I'm so sorry. Well, again, I should not apologize because people only listen to what they want to listen to and who they want to listen to. Let me get myself together. I haven't even had anything to eat or drink. And I was so excited about that new development that confirmed my reading. I wanted to share it with you, but I was just going to stay here 15, 20 minutes. This one went into one of our vagina power empowerment lectures. And I love you all. And I thank you for loving me and always supporting me and encouraging me. And I'll talk to you soon. Let's think. They had him out there in the middle of nowhere, just around water and land. He came back off the what? They was at another house. I wonder was it the mama house, the judge. They all got together. They done pieced it together, and the boys can't say nothing unless somebody leaking information or somebody getting paid to slip information. Because all the white people that was involved in that do not hate black people and were not with that shit. I ain't have a problem with what they did, but she don't want her son to go to prison. Or them other ones are going to prison. They getting paid now and made promises and threats to shut up and to deny things when they get on the stand or be prohibited from speaking or go to a mental institute or drug rehab or go out of town. I'm sorry to tell you, but this is a very convoluted case, and this ain't gonna end well. And the girl wanna tell, but she already know that ain't gonna really sit well with her white community. You telling on them folks watch a nigga to help because they killed the nigga. Bitch, we do this every day down here. You know how that go. So you think it's wrong. Hell, I think it's wrong too. That's what one of the wives is telling her. Parents are telling her. Friends are telling her, look, honey, you got to be objective and think about this. You do this and he go to jail, your life gonna be ruined. Wherever you go, ain't nothing gonna go your way. We'll have you down here like a country whore down here at the Cracker Barrel, bitch, serving plates and shit, and we'll know you. Everybody know you got a plate in your head. Something wrong with you, or in and out the jail, or in and out goddamn mental institute, or basically, bitch, down there at the ground. Now how you want it? Because we ain't gonna have that. They're gonna look down on you wherever you go, bitch. That you told on a white person. You told on your own for not for another white person, but bitch for a nigga. Shit, we white and we kill other white motherfuckers and cover it up, bitch. You think we gonna give you permission to get up out of here and go, bitch? Even if you didn't take the oath, your daddy, your mama, other people have taken the oath. The High Masonic KKK Albert Pike hole, bitch. What is you saying, bitch? Now you better get it together, or you go catch the school bus or walk the campus and they find your ass in there stinking and then set it up and say you took an overdose or you can't deal with losing the love of your life, this black man. I mean, bitch, what is it now? What happened? You don't, you forgot? Seem like you trying to blur the line, bitch. It's a line between good white folks and blacks, bitch. See, they having a little talk. Y'all can get active all y'all goddamn want to. Ain't no wish y'all can say we shall overcome. Being Crump really don't give a fuck. He want that check. Now, he's the new age nigger wrangler / snake wrangler. He's the new star, and he's a high-ranking Mason. That's why he on TV. And then he must have been apprentice under Al Sharp, because Al Sharp, I told y'all that Clive Davis said that shit by Al Sharp. Now, goddamn, Al Sharpton and Mr. Jackson. I said, God damn, that goddamn Clive. Now, rather Clive said this a week or two ago since he let that bitch fuck up my damn thing. Fuck with my electricity, my damn heater. Here come Al Sharpton, draw up pipe smoking, goddamn Ozempic taking ass. Y'all seen him? Up there with that little piece of hair that done been blow dried and hot curl with some of them pink rollers got them a wet set and put him under the dryer with that little piece of hair and gave him a goddamn dark and lovely relaxer with them two big ass clothes, and the clothes is really down some Ken and Barbie dollhouse clothes on, some real little doll clothes, and even they too goddamn it big. With that drawed up ass face, hanging ass hag face, and that lollipop ass body. Y'all seen that shit? What the fuck going on with Al Sharpton? Well, he on that goddamn it Ozempic? That goddamn it cocaine on the pill? What the fuck wrong? Y'all, I know y'all gonna see I'm not fucking lying. Look at Al Sharpton, goddamn it now. So what if you spell if he hasn't solved in the case, he ain't finna solve no goddamn case. He finna get the goddamn it paper. That what Ben Crump finna goddamn do. And you can test. I just start coughing. Something wrong with Al Sharpton lung or his throat one. He been taking too many of them goddamn it shots. It's on one side of his lung. I'm trying to get it out, but I can't. Need some water. He needs some water. Goddamn, he dehydrated in his throat. He said he missed his mama. He loved his mama. Nolan Wells loved his mama, his dad. And he see them crying and looking through that house. He took my key. I know his phone, but we're talking about some keys or a card or a PIN number. It's a pen. There's something hid either in that phone or in another phone or in a cloud. He said my PIN number. Okay. So they hid it and they got a tape of it and they got some film. They got audio file and they got a video file, and where the phone was on, they said, you hear this? And the white boy is two white boys, but the one he highlighted, got some blonde hair. I wonder who is he? He highlighted him to me. He up there shaking and crying and high. And when he get drunk or he get on that drug, he starts hallucinating. He don't know what's reality or his imagination. He see things like monsters after him or 2 or 3 people at one time or somebody out to get him. He got on that stuff and it's a demon or a spirit get on him. He attacked Nolan and he looked at the other boy. It's another boy with dark hair or black hair that's in this here. He gave him he a wrestler or something. He's strong too. He work out, he bodybuilder. They jumped him, but they started fighting Nolan. He couldn't get the best on. The one with the blonde hair, the judge is. I wonder what is her child. I need to see these children. Because I see these children. Like I said, I told you no. I told you when I started the beginning of this, what did you not understand? I said no. How can it be justice somebody that young, that beautiful, that talented, dead? What kind of justice can you get out of that? You can't bring him back. No. But I'm going to spend the rest of his life being a drug addict and a drunk behind this because of the guilt. And he can't tell nothing because it will ruin his family bloodline and family reputation and the town reputation. Everybody know they racist as hell down there. Dirty crackers down now. And this is going to happen again. Like I told y'all, the lynchings was going to start coming back out. I said, well, last year, and it's already coming out. They even lynching black females, which tells you a whole bunch. Because they don't care nothing about the female that produced these black men. So all of y'all can get this in this motherfucker. Just remind me of that black boy they had down at that high school in Georgia somewhere. I think it was Georgia somewhere. Rolled that boy up in that mat, killed that boy. They were jealous of him and said he killed himself. And the 2 white boys that were jealous of him that was fighting him was the sons of FBI agent. And there's been no justice to this day. I just going to keep filing lawsuits and them judges keep striking it down. He's here. And it's the same thing. It's the same kind of shit, and it's going to drag out and being crump eventually once he put the information out wherever they find, and they ain't going to be able to verify them white children. They're going to tell them, look, we just need to accept this and deal with it. We need to just take our settlement. He's doing this to settlement up real high. Some millions of dollars. So they get he give millions of cut. And he go on to, he's a shit disturber. He's a shit starter. Which is what he's supposed to do. I'm not saying he's wrong, but he's doing this not because he really cares, because there's nothing he can do. Only thing he can do is get that paper, hit them pockets. That's all you do with white people, hit their pockets. We're going to run this up and get an outcry. These black folk on We Shall Overcome, stomp and march and get on CNN with Don Lemon, got me lemon head ass, and sit up here and holler and cry all out in public and call, goddamn it. I knew something would come about ML King, which would tie to goddamn it, Al Sharpton and the civil rights movement and justice for black people being killed by white folks and mention shit. They're going to use that to get that paper seat. I told y'all Malcolm X, Coretta Scott King, Hugo Chavez, Fidel Castro, Muammar Gaddafi. I told you all them was in here. I told y'all some civil rights shit gonna go on. And here we are. And they use that when they do this race baiting shit on both sides and stir up the blacks, the indigenous ones that have been violated their whole goddamn life and generation upon generation upon generation. And now your justice is going to be, you know what? I don't know why he was hanging with them anyway and thinking all of them were his goddamn friend because you always have that chance. Now, I have been around white people down here and I went to school with them for a little while. My mother wanted us to be around them. I dealt with the nigger shit and the racist shit. I done been to their houses too. Badass houses with their own pools. They never tried no shit like that on me. So I'm not gonna say that every white person would do that to you because they won't. Because a lot of them don't feel that way. Even though they were taught that way. Some of the ones I was around didn't feel that way. Some of them did. I didn't get invited to their house and I knew not to hang around and get in their fucking face no goddamn way. All of them are not gonna do that. But shit, there's some nigga motherfuckers that kill your ass at the barbecue and hang your motherfucking ass to dry. I had more niggas do it than white folks. So you can't just say all white people to do that because they will not. And all black people ain't gonna have your back like they watched King get shot. It was all black folks right there. And they lured him there and Jesse told him to come outside and all that bullshit and claimed he was running for president and Jesse Jackson was a lying motherfucker. He ain't never got them in hell King in his hand and had blood on his goddamn shirt. But he said, Alexa, I sent you the picture of the 3 bars. Thank you, baby. Let me look at the other phone now. Let me get out this because it's too messy. You know, this boy done already talking about he getting sloppy toppy, goddammit. He's sitting down in the chair. They watching the girl sit on top on. Not on top of him, on top on. I'm talking about took all little shouted. All little shouted, sat down and wrote. She was in love with that boy. Now, I don't know where I'm getting this from. I don't know. Why I said he was messing girl. And that white girl had messed with 2 of them white boys in now. And they were getting drunk and partying. They got the idea like this. What goddamn it done in goddamn Vegas stays in Vegas, goddamn it. What done in Mississippi stay in Mississippi. So they were doing threesome down now. It won't load up. What he was doing? I gotta play the song right. I gotta play it for a minute. Goddamn in my other song. What he said? What he said that what she was doing. He said he liked her because she could take it down. It's just real different actor. What you said, Nolan? What you doing like with Shauna? What you said? Get it. What you said, Nolan? Get let me stop. I mean, they probably ain't gonna want to tell y'all that they don't want us to know this here. This is a love triangle. As well as, did he know how to swim? Because this wasn't about that. At first, I'm hearing this. I thought this was about that because a lot of black people don't teach their children how to swim. And y'all, they're going to be out and about and be in college and be around white people and go on boats. Even around black people, be on boats. Well, please teach y'all children how to swim. Because there'll end up something happening to them. But what I'm saying, he said, he speaks very well. He said, no, this is not boating. This is not swimming. This was an argument, a 3-way relationship, and 2 of them wanting to challenge me and fight me and start an argument with me. And one of them, he'd been known to be a drug addict and a goddamn drunk. Everybody know this? No. I just told you earlier, this was not about swimming.
This did not happen on the water. This boy had been several places. If he had been in the water, they got out. He was in somebody's car, some kind of sports convertible. No, it's got a back seat to it, like you take the top off of it, but you can put the top back on it. He was in the back seat. They went to another party or something. See, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Thank you, brother. It wasn't about no swimming. This wasn't about no argument or getting pulled like they did this other black boy I just heard about. The boy said they bullied him and gonna push him in the water because they said didn't your mama teach you how to swim? He said this was not about that. We was at a party, we was getting high. He had been drunk, he was high. We got into a argument. This wasn't directly about the girl either, but it ties into it. It was him and the fight and gets very aggressive and violent. This is pent up rage that he had towards him, and this ain't the first time that they got. Um, I'm tired. This is just training for me. And like I said, I'm not going to dig into this. If you all don't support what I do, and I don't see no support, I don't get nothing. I ain't seen no donations on this shit. So I'm not going to keep on digging into this shit. I'm feeling here and lay back down and mind my own goddamn business. So I don't think it was a direct racial thing either. I at first I thought that, but now he's speaking to me and saying it was racial on this other guy part because he had an inferiority complex. This judge's son, but all of them not liking him. It's kind of racial, but not really direct racial. Like we're gonna be friends with him, I'm gonna kill him, because they could easily do that to plenty of black people. Instead of doing that to one boy, it was racial, but it wasn't. It was racial in the sense we know he's black, but we accept him. He's our brother. He's our friend. But when it comes down to this, his mama got a lot of power. His family got a lot of power. They all stick together. So if he jumped him, and there's another guy that was jealous of him, two white boys jealous of him, so they wanted to do that shit out of jealousy. And it just happened with his race is different than mine. They say they better athletes. They say they top at everything that they do. You know, they learn to swim, and now he in this, and they don't like he fucking that girl, and she don't want them. She done turned on her own goddamn color to do this nigga. So this was some jealousy shit, some rivalry shit. And on top of the fact that he black, well, we know that we can get away with this because we know our parents ain't gonna have us plead guilty and spend no years in jail for no nickel, either one night for a nickel. They gonna come in there, them sheriffs and police gonna come in there, and detectives, and you know you don't want to do this, you know you don't want to hurt your family, hurt your mama name. You really didn't mean that shit you said, did you? We're gonna find a way to get you out. All you gotta do is say, yeah, this really wasn't directly about no race shit, but it's become that. Because underneath that, it is some insecurity, inferiority, jealousy about that boy. And you have to be black on top of that shit. I didn't see it yet, baby. Oh, thank you, Brenda. Oh, y'all did send me a little piece of money. Y'all did the offer play. Oh, okay. I ain't see that there right there. More people should goddamn do it. 4 or 5 goddamn people did the shit. This shit got me so goddamn thirsty. I'm trying to see the friends. I don't got hot. I'm just hot. And I'm seeing them cutting that boy and saying, we're going to have to cover this or alter this. They got original blood. Now you're going to see the blood competing. They autopsy is going to compete with the new autopsy. Hey, boss lady, that they're doing. They're not going to line up, and the toxicology reports are not going to line up. Not completely. He might have got a little tipsy, so I wonder we're going to see when toxicology. Why do I? They're sniffing again. Come out of cocaine. I'm not saying he doing it. I don't know the residue, and too, he said somewhere up on the fingernail. So either they're gonna clink that goddamn boy fingernail, or the DNA of one of the killers is under the fingernail, and it's on a bloody object. His blood is on an object And it's on some carpet or some floor. It's on some tile. It's in between the grooves of it. He cut him. He shaved in his face. He said, ah. He got whatever one of the white boys cutting their face or shaving their face was a cut on him. One of them got injured, a hit on the head, got a scratch, a concussion on the head because the boy was fighting them back. The one boy couldn't do nothing with him. So two or three of them got in it, and it was two girls there. One girl with longer dark hair, the other one with blonde hair, but they had shorter. And she said, y'all get off of him, get up. No, pushed her ass. She couldn't do nothing about the shit. It's another girl that I'm telling you, there's some females that help cover this up and clean that house. It was bad. It was blood every goddamn wow. But the thing is, it was two other white boys' blood. It wasn't just his blood because he was fighting, he was kicking, boy, he was fighting. But this went on for a minute. Within an hour, the shit went on. The first 30 or 40 minutes, he was getting at them, but then he said, help, get him down. Got them to get, you see him getting the best of me, got them to get in it. So he was drunk and high and couldn't really do nothing with the boy. So a white woman and a white man just came and said, what y'all think y'all doing? What is going on? That was at somebody's house. Oh shit. It's a police, a sheriff, a deputy, it's some polices and somebody, mama and daddy got, wait a minute, it's another man too. It's a group of people down here, all white people and law enforcement down here. Covering this shit up. It's just in somebody's basement or downstairs where it built like a basement or second floor or bottom floor. Oh, and there's some water nearby, animal pool. It's some water nearby here. What lake did they find him in? Because it's a lake by the house with a pool. Oh, rolled him up, rolled this boy down. Rolled him down in the water. Oh, wait. If some grown people was there when they beat that boy to death. That's what he's saying. I'm seeing somebody with a police outfit on. Looked like a sheriff. They called him. It was night or evening. He was off duty, but they dispatched it down. They called him down there. They staged it. Well, y'all better clean this up. Now, what the fuck happened? What's going on? You gonna tell me you gonna go here? You gonna go there? Okay, we're gonna stage this blow by blow, play by play. So they real Denzel training day shit. It's a crew of police that do this dirty shit. That stage murder scene. Wow. Oh, you said by a caller. What's a caller? By a caller. Oh my God. The grown people do know. They watching them and they got them under surveillance. They protect in case somebody want to do something to them. And they got the story stage. They got the stage report. Wait a minute. But y'all, are they saying that he was found in the water? That's all they know. He drowned. It was a drowning accident. Because he showed me he didn't jump off no boat. He didn't get in the water and lose his balance. And no, he said, I was in the boat. I was with them. And there was one place I was at. Then I got out. We went off. We partied. We were fucking, getting high. We were having a good time chilling with my girl. But people didn't know that. Oh, boy. Oh, God. And she's like, I told you about this. I told you. That's what the judge said to her son. I told you about this. And the drinking and the drugging. And you see, this is going to be your downfall now. Don't worry. Mama going to take care of it. Mama going to handle it like I always do. Poor baby. And just rubbing on him like I always do. It's gonna be okay. And then she's white and she's blonde and she's smiling and she's cute. And usually people fall for that, but not in 2026, bitch. We can see through your motherfucker ass. She is a dirty ass bitch. And she know her son ain't right in the head and he's a junkie and a drunk and them other boys that's with him. Woohoo! Yahoo! Bob, throw me the rat! This kind of shit got them. You know what? Oh my God, this is chilling. They came in there. Best friend Jalen. Somebody Jewish. Somebody Jewish or speak Hebrew. I seen that a few hours ago. That is in this. They're doing a prayer and heavy rituals. Lord, this is heavily occult. I'm telling you, it's going to be hard to get them on this one. Trying to see the friends. Because he was screaming. He was in his face and telling him to fucking get up off of him and leave him alone. And Nolan was real hyped up. He wasn't no punk. He's scared. He wasn't scared. He'll fight. He's like, bro, get off me, man. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Get the fuck out of my face. And then, whoop, they slammed each other in the chest. Then it went on. The white one jumped Nolan first, man. Yeah, that's her name, Ashley, and she's in it. She's in it. I seen the white lady that's a judge because she took a Facebook page down a couple of days ago and her trying to say it wasn't nothing and I'm sorry, my heart go out to them. No, you think about your son and your family and you don't want this to be a scandal. That's what that is. And you're not going to tell on your child. They not going to. His family can get up there and ask for that and this and that. No, white folks, they souls to them are more important than black folks. They are not. She's not going to sacrifice herself. She ain't going to admit she was there. And I'm trying to see who are the friends. I can't see them right now. I have to keep my mind calm and look at this because 7 hours ago, one of Nolan's friends said he was heard on the boat shouting. They said a video circulating where he was shouting. Okay, another boy, is he mixed or Spanish? Tracerton Shepherd. Said the moment started out as a disagreement between Tracerton Shepherd and his girlfriend. Has been at the center of the swirl of questions about the 18-year-old Mississippi football player Nolan Wells. Young people seemingly in a heated altercation was pictured or heard on video before his disappearance death, but they said they were arguing on a boat. Okay, Horn Island. This didn't begin and end on no goddamn boat. Said the friends took a 45-minute ride over to Horn Island. Shepard said he was waist deep in the water surrounding Horn, having a disagreement with his girlfriend. That afternoon, when a young man his age walked by and criticized their conversation. So what girlfriend they talking about? Said, I told him his friend said, I told him he to mind his own business. Shepard, 20, told me Saturday, a week after the disagreement. Shepard said the exchange became heated and that he and the other man ended up getting into a physical altercation. Shepard's uncle, who had raised him like a father, told Shepard to get out of the water and onto his boat. I mean, what is he talking about? I'm getting hot. It's hard for me to talk. It's hard for me to breathe. My chest is heavy, like something on my chest or somebody on my chest. I wonder if that's him. I'm hot. Drinking. I don't know if it's because it's outside. I'm hot. And I'm drinking. And I'm mad. And I'm arguing. I've been hit. No. This didn't begin and end on that boat. I don't care what them people say. Oh, I'm standing up while I'm doing this reading. I can't hardly stand up. I'm hot. My chest feel heavy. My lung. It's because they dumped him there. He killed on dry land. I'm telling you now. He was killed on dry land. I could take my scarf off. I'm hot. Ooh. I can't hardly catch my breath. I'm having a hard time right now. I'm gonna have to lay down. I can't hardly talk. I think this might be what happened to him. He didn't die right off. They hit him. He fell. He was laying down. He was on the ground, on the floor. He was on the floor. He was not on no dirt. He was not on no boat. This didn't happen on a boat because there's not a lot of water in his lungs. I'm not having a hard time breathing because there's water in my lungs. There's fluid in my lungs. I just can't hardly deep breathe. I'm having a heart attack. His brain shutting down. He's going dark, like he's blacking out. Sir, what did I feel? I'm telling you, they was drinking. He's getting high. It was hot. I'm gonna have to lay down. I can't stay here and do this talk. I gotta get myself together. I'll come back.
I think we're actually live this time. I'm Drew Badger, the founder of EnglishAnyone.com, and welcome to another live video here on YouTube. And we'll see if we get this working. Should be coming through clearly. All right, making sure we're okay. So I'll give people a moment to come in. We should be live and working right now. But the reason I wanted to make this video is because I get really one question. Actually, I get a lot of questions, but I get one particular question over and over and over again from students. And this is, how can I actually speak fluently about many different kinds of things? Well, hello. So a lot of people, again, they can understand a lot of English, but they have trouble expressing themselves. And especially if the topic is new or unfamiliar or something, then they have trouble being able to speak. So I wanted to talk about this because in a video I did a couple of, I think, what was that, last week I did on Instagram, I spoke with a few learners, and one of them in particular was talking about how she's reading lots of books and taking time to improve her English, but she doesn't feel like she's actually becoming more fluent. And so fluency, again, just to make this very clear for people, this is how well you can communicate. It's not how much you know. And we know this because often little children, 4, 5, 6-year-old kids, native English speaking kids, can communicate better than many adult English learners. And so the goal is not to just try to learn more and more and spend more time learning. What you really should be doing is actually focusing on vocabulary, because this is how people get fluent. It's how you got fluent in your native language. It's how you develop mastery in anything. So I had a couple of notes. Actually, there are quite a few things I want to talk about. All right, so we got, let's see here. Hopefully, hopefully the volume is loud enough too. Let's see. Welcome from Germany. Nice to see everybody. I want to be quick, go through a couple of different examples about this just to make the point about how you can actually speak fluently about almost anything. But also just to let you know, this is not like an instantaneous process, but it really actually does happen quite quickly if you start doing the right thing. So that's what we'll talk about in this video. So I wanted to talk about this again. I mentioned the learner at the beginning, but also just because I really want to show how natives are learning and remind you about how you learned your native language. So I had my, actually, before I do that, let me give you a quick example of something just to kind of contrast these two ways of learning. So the typical, we'll just call this the ESL approach. So this is English as a second language, and then we have the EFL approach over here, which is learning English as a first language. And what most people do is they spend a lot of time trying to learn as much vocabulary as possible. So imagine each one of these is a new phrase. So if you spend today trying to learn 10 new phrases or 10 new words or whatever, the EFL approach, really you're trying to focus on one thing and learn it very deeply. Okay, this is basically the simplest contrast between these things. So children, they will often be learning something like a child will watch the same movie, 100 times. So they are just naturally getting lots and lots of review, while most English learners are trying to just, and again, it's not really the fault of learners. Part of it is your brain just trying to get you to learn new things, and part of it is teachers that are really not spending enough time focusing on things. And so they will learn something new, and they will learn another new thing, and then they will forget other things that they thought they knew. So before I talk about exactly what you should be doing and give you some examples of this, I thought it would be interesting to just use a brick example to get you all thinking about something very simple like a brick. So just imagine I have a brick right here. I want you to write down in the comments right now, just think of how many different ways you can use a brick. All right, so a very simple object. You could do the same thing with a marker or, an eraser or something like that. But how many different things could you do with a brick? All right. This will help you get thinking more like a native speaker about vocabulary, because what we want to do is get you focusing on something rather than trying to, we look at one way a brick could be used and then we go to some other object. All right. So ARC just popping in. Look at that. Keep up the good work. Here we go. So yeah, everyone take your time and give me just any kind of use. You can put it right in the chat. How could you use a brick? All right, just think, try to be a little bit of creative. You can think about this as a creativity. Let's see, you could build something, okay? So even if we have only one brick, I mean, obviously if we had many bricks, we could probably build a wall, but yeah, we could build something, we could make something. That's true. It could be like the fur. You could use it as a weapon if you wanted to, throw it as something. Yeah, it could be a bridge. Yeah, maybe like even a bridge, a small bridge for a mouse or something like that. So if we put, I don't know, something under here and then we have our brick like that, it could be a little bridge over some water, something like that. So we could probably think of, I don't know, 30, 40 different uses as a supporter, sure. So you could put something on top of it. You could sit on it, that's right. You could use it as a chair, very good. So we could also, we could put things on top of it, or we could put the brick on other things, like using it as a paperweight. So things, maybe if it's a windy day, we put the brick on paper to stop it from blowing away. I don't know, maybe we throw it in some water to make a loud splash, just to hear the sound of that. All right. I don't want to spend too much time in the video going over all the different ways you could use a brick. But the point is, if you think a little bit about it, you spend just a little bit of time thinking, you can probably think of some pretty creative uses for a brick. Okay. And then we also have we could have different kinds of bricks. You could have like a Lego brick where you got your little pieces in there, you're connecting it to something. Or it could be maybe made out of plastic or something, a different kind of brick. Or it could be a different color. Maybe you just use it as a decoration or something. All right, so why am I bringing up this example? The point of this is really just to show you the difference between what learners are doing, so what teachers are usually doing in classes, and what natives are doing, all right? So I was walking my older daughter, Aria, to school today. And while we were walking, she said, "Dad, what does harsh mean?" Harsh. The word harsh. All right. Let's see. Do you think pay attention at native English mouth can help you with pronunciation? Yes, if you're watching what people do, but listening is more important. And it's better to listen to like 10 different people speaking than to try to watch one person's mouth, if that makes sense. So Aria, my older daughter, asks, what does harsh mean? And I said, oh, where did you hear that? And she said, oh, I was watching a show, Boss Baby. Maybe you've heard of this show, Boss Baby. So there are actually a lot of complicated words and expressions. It's really a show for adults, but because it's a cartoon, kids like to watch it. But she's learning lots of interesting vocabulary. And so one of the words that she learned was harsh. So she's asked, what's harsh mean? And so I said, okay, where did you hear that?